Yo, yo, yo! It's game time! Well, actually, we're going to be doing some cast Roonies to kick the old stream off. Going to be looking to cast some Athenian League games today. I'm going to be going over 2 games. We're actually going to be doing our first kind of lowish level game. We're going to be taking a little look-see at Chepri versus a something walrus, a walrus man. And then we're going to be taking a look at a game that was played earlier today, which was Der Super Saiyan versus Jolly Man, and that's the top division. So we're going to do a classical age division and a major god division, both of which should be a lot of fun. So we'll see how it goes. I do expect this game to be coming around fairly shortly, so hopefully we can get into it. But if you guys want to hang out with me while we wait, my nose is very well and indeed blocked. My cold is very well indeed here, but it is what it is. So we'll get through it together. And we'll work it out. give me a second to see if I can figure out what's going on here. So it's Shepri. Is that right? I gotta add these guys to my thing anyways. So we got a Shepri. Give me a second, guys. I will jump. Actually, I don't need to. We can go here. 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 Yes. So we got Shepri, and that's DE, right? You'll know what's happening. Joshua, real human. What's going on, guys? And we've got, is that a flying walrus? Is that what it is? A flying walrus? Walrus? I don't know what his name is. Wait, I know how I can find out. Give us a second, guys. You'd think I'd be... It's a leaping walrus. Close. A leaping walrus. No? Leaping? That's not what his name is either. It's a leaping walrus in this thing, but I don't know what it is in game, so we'll have to do that live. Oh, all right. Let's check in. I mean, if these guys aren't ready to go, I might just start the old cast elsewhere. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, Aussie Vangle. Appreciate you, my friend. Boy, quite very handsome. Is that what you made your name after? Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I love you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah, great. Accept. IVM. All right, we're going to be watching these guys. Oh. All right, I think we're getting ready to go. Happy days. Bam, bam, bam. Are you Nido? Okay. So it's Nido versus Shepri. So this should be fun. I need to find him, though. There he is at the top. And he is from Japan. Nihonjin! Okay. What happened with my chat? So, look. We're using a different thing. I was going to chat with you about it, but I couldn't be bothered. So... what's the country code for Japan? That's what I need. Is it JP? Surely it's JP. I don't need it. I don't even have to wait. Hang on, let me just see. We got Nido versus Shepri. And we got to go ahead and update. Yeah, look, I need to fix it, but I don't know. Yeah, my voice ain't that good today. I need to fix the chat thing, but I don't know how to do anything. We're using the what's it called? The restream chat so that I get both Twitch and YouTube to show up. Looks groovy. I know. But I can't I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. I don't care at the moment. We're just going to roll with it for the time being. Let me jump over to this thing. These guys should be looking to get ready fairly shortly. Okay, and I want to see if it's working. Hey! Nailed it. Nailed it. What are you guys talking about? Hang on. Let me unpack it. Fushi Fast Mythic is just too cheesy. What do you... too cheesy as in doesn't work if somebody knows what's going on? Yeah. So, the way the teching works... I was going to make a video on this. Maybe you guys can tell me how much of an idiot you think I am. But the way that the way that teching works, or should work, is that, and this is partly why, like, guys, long story short, this is partly why the Ancestors Eclipse on economy thing is so bad for this like sort of triangle of strategy. There's three things you can do in a game of an RTS game. You can tech, you can get more tech, you can get more income, and then you can get more. You can spend, like, and build things, build units, build buildings, or whatever. Those are the three things, right? If someone goes full tech, that means they got no things to defend themselves. But when you go for a sort of like an ISIS fast mythic, you get Ancestors Eclipse to defend yourself. Plus, or to get damage onto your opponent. So if your opponent is coming to damage you with their units that they built, and then you damage them with your minions that you built, then all of a sudden we get this like really, really messy game where both players get so much damage, but one player gets tech as well as the damage. Anyways, long story short, the way that, to me, it makes sense that if you're going to be, did I put this name in wrong? No, I put it in right. Chepri. The way the thing is, right? If somebody builds things and then the other person fast techs, the person who's building things, putting pressure on, should probably find the win, right? They should have a pathway to a victory. Now, every single game, like, just because one person picks a strategy that's not as good as against another strategy doesn't mean you're just going to win. You still have to execute, right? But if somebody goes fast tech and the other person goes for fast army, the fast army player should be able to find a win. Where the fast tech should be able to beat the other thing is if the fast tech should be able to beat someone who goes for like fast eco, right? If that makes any sense. Because, you know, there's nothing there. You can't do anything. So there's a world where every single part of this should have some sort of a thing, right? I'm struggling with ISIS. Do you think it's a good Pantheon to play, or should I go for something else? I think it's a good Pantheon to play. I think you should play it if you want to play it. If you enjoy playing it, you should play it. If you're not enjoying it, try something else. I think that's an important thing. Okay, so Nido is on the right side of my... No. He's kind of on the left. This is one of those awkward ones. We're not going to change it. He's kind of on the left. We are going to change it. Okay. Okay, we're good. All right, let's watch this game. What is going on, everyone? My name's Boyd, and I'm back with some more Athenian League shenanigans. Here today, we're going to be taking a look at the Classical Division, introducing our champions for today. In the bottom left-ish side of the map, his name is Nido. I believe that's how I say it. I could be wrong. Also known as a Leaping Walrus, and he is playing as Odin. His opponent today in the red color playing as Loki. I have no idea how to pronounce his name, so I'm just going to go with Chepri. And he is playing some Loki for us. Now, this is the Classical Division, and you guys might ask, what is the Classical Division? Well, this is the low division for the Athenian League. So basically everybody who signed up, who didn't make it into the upper divisions, goes into this division, which basically means we've got some 1,200 level players, some 1,300 level players, that sort of stuff. I mean, at the moment, we've got Nido, who is currently ranked 1,300, and we have Shepri, as I'm getting this one up, who is currently ranked 1,263. So it's going to be a really, really close game, I assume, considering the ratings. They're both playing some Norse gods for us, so this is going to be a lot of fun. I like watching these low level games from time to time because you actually get quite a lot out of it because you can kind of explain a lot about what's going wrong. So we're going to be taking this more along the route of Well, obviously, if it's very entertaining, I'm going to be very excited. But we're going to try and give as much feedback as we possibly can to these guys, because that's what I want to do. And I feel like if they want to watch this back and see what they could potentially improve on, if I can help out there, then I'm also helping out with everyone else as well. So we're always looking to get everyone to the next level where it's possible. Now, let's have a quick look at the upgrades here. Both players here looking to not grab any early game economic upgrades. There's nothing really wrong with doing this. It means you're going to get more units out faster. The technologies do take some time to pay themselves off. However, recently what I have been noticing with Norse mirrors is that the Norse players do indeed go for at least an early pickaxe. Reason being is there's not going to be a huge amount of action early on. Getting a really fast advance in and trying to put pressure on, you're probably going to be finding yourself in more of a difficult position more times than not. So those early upgrades can be a nice little boost to your economy over someone who might not be doing that. But nonetheless, we are going to be seeing Freya coming through here for Nidо. And on the top side of the map, Shepri is most likely going to be going through Forseti or Heimdall. But nonetheless, I will let chat know right now that we are actually planning to cast the Jolly Man Der Super Saiyajin games after this. I don't know who won. I just grabbed the recorded games from amstats.io, so please no spoilers. Please no spoilers. Please. Anyways, it is going to be Forseti here, so no Heimdall action. I don't actually mind Heimdall. For Loki in this matchup, I don't think it's a bad idea in the slightest. You really don't need the Herser speed or the infantry speed. Getting those Einherjar out can be really, really useful in this matchup. You're mostly going to be playing a defensive game anyways versus Odin, because he's got the Valkyrie and the raiding cavalry, which are going to be much quicker than yours. So playing a more defensive game and building up to a nice, powerful death ball can be the way to sort of open, as we are seeing a relic getting grabbed, which is the Ship and Fingernails. A nice little boost to the economy here for Shepri. A couple of other relics on the map. We've got Hecate's Torch, always nice, can be making those god powers a little bit cheaper. We've got adamantine shingles here, hit points, 200% bonus HP. Up onto the top here, we have the armor of Achilles with the infantry damage vulnerability, minus 5%. As Ship of Fingernails gets dropped off into the temple, and the game to continue along here. We've got a longhouse coming down for Nido, as he is ready to start pumping his Thrown Axeman, his Herser, and all the other stuff. Let's have a quick look at what Nido actually sees. Now, at this point, he does know the woodline is here. Generally speaking, the easiest way to play this with the Odin is to get your Valkyrie to charge in to a woodline early on. One, you got that threat of forest fire, so if your opponent is not paying attention, they might lose a whole bunch of villagers to the forest fire, and if they are paying attention, you just get idle time caused just by running through, and potentially if they're really not paying attention, you just pick off the villagers, you don't even have to use forest fire. But nonetheless, Nido here is having a little bit of issues here against those Hersers, gets a little bit of damage onto that one. On the other hand here for Shepri, kind of struggling a little bit in this early game to get rid of these resources. And this is something that I've noticed a lot with my own Loki play. And I've tried to figure out how to get through this. And the general idea here for, I think for Loki, the easy way through, I don't know if this is a perfect way through, but the easy way through is to only build 4 or 5 dwarves and then just build gatherers onto food. And that way you can afford everything you want and you're not going to float a ton of gold. That can be a really nice way to play the early game instead of floating all this gold. Now, a completely different way to play is to actually drop a market kind of early on so that you can actually just buy some resources and it can sort of sort out that economic problem. But if you do that, then you will obviously have less gold to play with. You have to move on to a second gold mine earlier and you can be under some red hot pressure if things are going to be happening there. Meanwhile, in the main base here, let's see what Shepri can see. He does actually not see a whole lot here. He sees the Great Hall of the Temple. Doesn't really know what's coming for him. At the moment, it's just going to be a mix of Herser, Thrown Axeman, which is a little bit off meta, so to speak. And I like this idea actually from Nido. He's going for pretty early Cess Rumnir. Idea being, well, he's going to have to deal with myth units because that's what Shepry's going to be building. So how is he going to kill those? Well, he can just make his own Hersir, get Cess Rumnir. Now, his Hersir are going to be stronger than the Loki Hersir in an actual fight and have a lot more survivability, so they'll be able to deal with those myth units. I like the idea. However, in doing this, he does miss out on early game pressure, of which Shepry is playing really nicely here. The only thing that Shepry could probably start improving on is just getting some walls down super early. If he gets those walls in here and just prevents the units from being able to run around him, that can be a really, really good way to kick off a game, as the throw and axeman, good control there from Nido, snipes off a throw and axeman there, and Shepry needs to pull back ever so slightly. Meanwhile, Nido is in to the middle of the map. And this here is probably the most dangerous thing that Nido's done all game. And immediately Shepry says, hey, what are you doing here? Let me come and kill you. He sends those raiding cavalry forward, and this is going to be a beautiful reaction there from Nido. But still, idle time caused, and even a couple of units taking some damage over here as more units to come out. Potentially some herdmen here would not go astray. But Shepry just pulls back. There's a lot of units out here. Both players have got equal military resource value at the moment. As a longhouse to come down for Nido. And Shepry at the moment starting to snipe down some Hersir on the back, doing a nice job with that one there. But on that front line, these Hersir, they do have that Cess Rumnir tech in right now, and they are tanking up a storm as the throw and axemen need to get sniped here. This is the important one to pick off, so that way the Hersir can just stay alive. But thus far, Shepry continuing the fight does get a Draugr spawn here. That's not going to be that big of a help here. That's not going to be that big of a help at all. He wanted an Einary or a Valkyrie or something like that, as the Hersir still... Well, now all the Hersir are down, but that one myth unit spawn is all he's going to be able to get from that fight. And he's going to have to wait for the next fight, potentially, to get another myth unit spawn. So the Hersir will start coming back out yet again for Shepry. Nido... sorry, the Hersir coming back out for Nido, as Shepry has to pull off of those Elk for the time being. And the micro coming in very red hot here, as both players are currently struggling to spend those resources, a little bit overdoing it on the gold for both players here. But with the Valkyries to come through, this is going to be a nice help for Nido here as well. As Shepry, just pull back into his main base. He's got berry bushes, he's got goats. He can sit here and remass an army and try and break out of his base. He's also going to be looking to grab watchtowers as well to prevent any sort of crazy attack, as Nido going to be dropping his longhouse on the front here as well. Meanwhile, the villagers for Nido coming forward. We've got a great haul coming up as well. I like this little placement here, grabbing all of this stuff in the middle. But one thing that will be really, really good here is getting over and starting to drop buildings onto gold mines, because this is what's happening. You know your gold mine's about to expire. That means your opponent's gold mine is about to expire, and there could be a big opportunity right now for Nido to actually secure the win here by a big push. He's got a lot of resources in the bank he's going to have to spend, but that's going to be his best move. Now, on the other hand, Shepry here has those raiding cavalry out, and sniping villages is probably his best bet. He does have a villager advantage by 2 here, but any amount of idle time without losing units is going to be really, really good for him. He's not really behind here. I'm actually kind of surprised that Shepry, after that fight, I think that fight was incredibly equal, but Shepry is in a completely fine position right now. The only difference, I think, is that the upgrade situation is a little bit more favoring Nido, who's got medium upgrades. Hello there, troll. Please explain why you're hanging out in the middle of this longhouse. I mean, it's really good for you. You're not going to be able to kill that troll there, but a forest fire getting dropped on top of the throw and axeman. And all of a sudden, he phased out. He literally just phased out of the longhouse, and he's like, all right, no, I didn't want to be in the longhouse anyways. And all of a sudden, Shepri back into his main base. I don't know where his dwarves went to. His dwarves are up to the top for the time being. And Nito has managed to start the gold starve. Now, when you're in this position, best move for the Loki player here is to try and sneak a gold mine. If you can sneak a gold mine, you can try and bring yourself back into the game. Losing all those units on that fight there was not ideal at all for Shepri here. But if he can sneak a gold mine, say this one over here, or this one over here, or this one over here, he's going to be able to continue in this game. Without sneaking that, he's going to have some very, very difficult times ahead of him. He's got a market here. He can start selling and trying to build some stuff. He's got a lot of favor. He can spend a whole bunch of favor on trolls. He does have the ship of the fingernails. That's not what I thought it was. I thought it was the cheaper myth unit techs at the moment. But a couple more trolls coming out could be a way to go here for Shepri to try and break out of his main base. But he has to just sit here. Now, Nito, very smart. He goes, all right, I just need to check all the gold mines. He's sending units out everywhere, making sure he sees everything. Yo. Meanwhile, Shepri sending out a little pack of raiding cavalry. That gets spotted there. Those will get chased down. Nito is playing an exceptionally well-orchestrated game thus far, as a cheeky watchtower coming up for Shepri. Can he get this one up? It looks like the answer might simply be no. The Herdman here getting some good damage done onto the raiding cavalry, but those thrown axemen will be too much here. And Shepri can't take those types of losses here. He is in a very, very difficult spot. Selling resources. Going heroic age is an option to get access to mountain giants, I guess, but he's going to call it there as he makes one too many mistakes, and Nito manages to claim the victory here. Like a well-played game here from Nito. Just like super straight down the line. I love the Cess Rumnir tech. This one here really changed, I think, quite a lot. Take a look at the difference in HP. 156 to, I don't know. Hang on. Can I see? Can I see? 156 to 143. So that amount of HP differential in that fight, if we take a look at the timeline, military resource value here, the big fight that happened, I think this was the first big fight, right? And it was basically in favor of Shepri. He had more stuff. Now, micro-wise, you can say whatever you want, but the Cess Rumnir tech allows Nito to tank for that little bit longer, allowing his thrown axe to get that little bit more damage off, and he's all good. Now, this next fight, yeah, I don't think Shepri, like, this is where he took it, but I don't think Shepri should have lost that hard. I'm not sure exactly what went wrong for him there, but if he tries that again, he'll probably find some wins some of the time and find a way back into this game. But first game there goes to Nito, and move into game number 2 and see how things are going to go. All right, let's get this next game going. Customs. All right. Can I make a tier list Major God with some strategies for team games? Man, I am sorry, but I am not. I think this is the wrong player. There's two. There's Nito. There we go. That's Nito. We don't want that one. We want this one. Team games are not my forte. Team games are not my forte. Not my forte at all. I also don't have any idea what the tier list for team games would be at the moment. I just play random. Some games I win, most games I lose. I mean, I can give some opinions, but I just don't know. I can vouch. Oh, hey, Keto. I've missed you, my friend. I hope you've been well. Hope the fam's doing well. No, we're never playing a team game again. Team games are dead to me. Thank you for the raid there, Soup. I hope your stream went well. The Indian League. Shepri versus Nido. Gorkai, how you going, my friend? Or is that Gorkai? Do you not enjoy team games because you're a streamer and everyone? Yes. That is the exact reason. I actually think if I played team games on a Smurf, I'd probably actually enjoy them quite a bit. If nobody knew which player on the other team was me, I think I would have a much better time playing the game. Alrighty. Let's get this next game on the road. Shepri and Nido. I'll pop this back on. Start. AOM is not a relaxing game. You're absolutely right. It is not a relax. Well, depends on what civ you play. If you want to play like some new WoW, it can be pretty relaxing. Oh yeah, AFK Hades is also relaxing. Unless you play against someone who doesn't want to play against AFK Hades, in which case you can be in a lot of panic. How is AOM not relaxing? Game basically plays itself. True. True. Just sit there and spam villages. Just open up 6 village centers and just spam villages the entire game. Use them for your army. That's the real secret that I think everyone's been missing. Sure, it's relaxing at 1500 elo. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the big thing. If you're playing at a top level of anything, it's not going to be relaxing. You're not playing the game. If you actually want to play top level competitive games, it's not going to be relaxing. You know? No game at the top level is relaxing. Like, have you seen chess? Have you guys seen these guys? They play like those like 6-hour games. That shit is grueling, man. And that's like a turn-based game where you get to spend as much, well, not as much time. You get to spend a hefty amount of time thinking. All you do is think. That's it. Come on, Shepri. Nido. Chess is... yeah, but you're not at the top level of chess, are you? See? Chess for me is sort of relaxing. And playing bullet chess for me is relaxing because I'm like an 1100 scrub. Me and Keto, we got to play some chess. Keto and I. Come on. All right, we're off to the races. Play with feeling? Exactly. Oh, we have an interesting map here. Okay. Awesome. Alrighty, we're up to game number 2 here with Nido versus Shepri. Currently Nido up 1-0. He won with his Odin. we will be seeing Shepri actually moving into some Zeus here for game number 2. Nido, on the other hand, is saying Loki is my god. He's sticking with the Norse gods. Had a very, very nice showing with Odin, so I imagine his Loki is going to be very, very similar. However, the map of choice here, for those of you who have never seen it before, the map of choice is Black Sea. Now, this map, you might remember it from Legacy, if you're a Legacy player. It basically looked exactly like this, except there was no, what's this called? Shallows. So in Retold, they added shallows to the side, so you can get past the water, no problems. And you can get some stuff happening there. You don't have to win the water to get onto the other side of the map. So we'll see how this is going to play out. It's an interesting pick here from Shepri. I really like this. This is one of those things from Chrono JJ that spans all the way back to like early days RTSL. If you guys don't know what RTSL is the real-time strategy league. I believe it was one of the longest running real-time strategy leagues in existence. Shout out to Blackadder's plays for all he did with that. I'm not sure if it's still going on anymore, but I think I think it went from something like 2002 or 2003 all the way up to like 2023 or something, 2024 maybe, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. But the big unique thing about it is during the group stages, you could pick, I think maybe even in the playoffs as well, you could pick any map. Literally any map in the pool that was in the game. So you could see like Jotunheim, you could see River Styx, all these like crazy maps, and Black Sea was one of them. And with this came like a whole bunch of really, really fun strategies that players could come up with inside of a team game, because you just never see these games played normally. So then you sit down, you try and figure out a way to play as a team, and it's a lot of fun. But yeah, this is like the Chrono JJ sort of taking that idea, throwing it into the 1v1s. We did it for Champions League, I believe, from memory. Or at least to some degree. We picked mostly the competitive maps. But some more sort of gimmicky maps. So if players wanted to pick them and go for a funky style or funky strategy, they could give it a try and find a win against someone who might be a bit better than them in a normal map. But yeah, so we get to see a little bit of that. And we did actually see already, was this a cow steal? Shepri with the diabolical cow steal. 2 cows in a dream. Meanwhile, fishing ships coming out all over the place and the game to continue along. Yeah, there's a lot of potential for these maps to just get played more. Like, not to go off on too much of a tangent, but I'm a fan of like a ranked map pool set. I know this is just me, but a ranked map pool set changing like quite frequently, like changing a map every month, like taking one map out, putting one map in every month or more. But that stuff I know is more of like a for the average gamer, for the casual, or for like the players who are just trying to learn the game. You just say, I finally learned that map, and then you change it on me. It can be really frustrating. So I totally understand why it's a little bit more dangerous. Moose, thank you so much for the raid. I hope your games went well. As we are going to be actually seeing Nido choosing Heimdall here. An interesting pick on this map. I don't think it gives anything for the water, but it will unlock a pretty early Rig Stula, which could be a big help. Big help. So we'll see if that's the way that Nido is going to be going for this. Shepri, on the other hand, grabbing himself pickaxe, or he's trying to advance actually first. That would be the most important thing. Goes for a lot of villages on wood here. He's got a huge amount of wood to kick this game off. He could throw up like 4 docks here and go for this sort of a late advance. Generally, like if you think about what you would do on like a Midgard or an Anatolia, it's often going to be a 4-dock sort of 5-15 advance, and Shepri has gone for even later than that on a map that sort of resembles Mediterranean. As the initial Dreki longboats coming through here for Nido. But yeah, like if Shepri wants to, he could just throw up another dock here, and he can just spam into the docks for a little bit, because he's just going to have that many more resources than his opponent. Spend all those, pop out, counter your opponent's ships and everything like that can be good. Does this fishing ship get back? No, he loses 1 fishing ship. That hurts. Nido's got to be careful here of the docks. They do hurt a lot, as the villager over here going to get sent packing. Shepri on the run. And the dock here for Shepri going to be falling as well. So he's not even able to get up 3 docks here with this late advance. And this is the problem. He's got nearly 600 resources, or not 600, 1,200 resources in the bank. He's now starting to pump out those boats. He does have a bolt he can use onto something here, as the dock does indeed get denied here. 6 seconds from completion as well. And Shepri is actually popping these boats out into the fight straight away instead of garrisoning them until he's spent all of his resources. But we'll see if he can kind of hold here. He does have 300 food in the bank. Going to be trying to get this dock up yet again over onto this side. I don't mind that idea. More boats popping out here as Nido. Did he end up getting the technology? No, he does not have Rick Stooler just yet. Doesn't have the favor for it, but he will be working towards it. Shepri's got to be careful here. Throwing away a Pentaconta, not what he wants to be doing in the slightest. He could pop out a couple of fishing ships here as well to jump onto the herring. And that could be an idea, because he does have a huge amount of fishing ships in here. So you just leave 3 inside there, so the dock's shooting. Now he gets that 3rd dock up. He can start pumping out of all 3 of those docks. Get himself a handful of those juggernauts, as Nido getting a little bit hasty here, charging underneath this position, but he is forcing a little bit of a fight outside of the dock 5. So this isn't a terrible fight for Nido here. However, the boat differential here is mostly going to be in favor of the Greek, I'd have to imagine, because that Dreki can't really get in here and engage until a little bit later. As the fight ensuing here, a little bit of a difficult fight for Shepri, as he's trying to get those juggernauts to attack the right boat. He's focus firing the right stuff here. As the longboat over here almost falling on the back. With one Pentaconta tanking things up here. Shepri's still going for it. He does still have that restoration, but you sort of want to hold on to it until you've got a hefty amount of boat numbers that are all sort of damaged. Right now, Nido would really be liking that sort of an upgrade. He's now got the favor for that Rick Stooler tech, but he's not grabbing it. That could be such a big boost for him in this game. Grabbing that early Rick Stooler gets so much more economy out of it. As Shepri looks like he's managed to hold as the game's still going on. And indeed, Shepri is not building villages here. He's only behind by 4 at the moment, but he's not building villages. He's forgot to queue those back up. Gut-wrenching for Shepri, but if he can win the water with this, it's going to be really, really good for him. He's floating now 600 food. One crazy idea that I don't recommend or think is good in any way, shape, or form would be to go to the heroic age here, right? Instead of building villages, right? All of that food is coming in. He goes to the heroic age. He gets those Scala out. He gets control of the water. He can spam fishing ships out. And while he will be behind on actual villages, he will have the water advantage. He will have fishing ships, which can equal out that problem there. And Shepri's still not noticing. Down 6 villages with nothing happening. I mean, Nido's food situation here, not ideal either. Are we seeing an armory? It's kind of looking like Nido is trying to go to the heroic age himself, as he does drop the armory now, and that will mean Krakens. And he's got 48 favor, so he can pump those Krakens out if he wants to. You can also go for Walking Woods into the main base of Shepri to cause some problems, and now Shepri starts the villages up. He sees it. He's got to be kicking himself. But he wins the water. For the time being. That being said, heroic age to come for Nido. And this can flip right on its head here. As Nido's dock will end up going down very, very quickly to these juggernauts. Cheeky little Dreki coming in to say good day, as Shepri will focus fire that one down. Now, behind all this, Shepri also needs to get himself his upgrade per scene. Make sure that he is grabbing all those extra fishing ships out. Docks up to the top here, grabbing this spot. Dock over here, grabbing this spot. Put a dock over here, grab these fish. Also the fish over on the front here. Literally every single fishing spot here, Shepri needs to grab. However, Nido, Heroic Age, Njord, no surprises. Which also means, now already well done here from Shepri to be well aware of this, he needs those heroes in his main base. And it's not a terrible idea here actually, to have those heroes garrisoned somewhere. Whether that be in like a sentry tower, in the town center. And that can be a way to bait the Walking Woods into your main base, and you just pop the heroes out, kill it off, no problems. As the dock getting siege down, these 3 units are repairing up a storm here. I'm actually kind of shook at how well these guys are repairing this. Like, the dock is going down, but that's actually kind of insane. That is actually kind of insane. As now the Kraken is in. And Shepri has to pull back. Does he have himself the upgrade? Heroic Fleet not in just yet. Now it's queued up. Coming through pretty quickly. And that will put a stop to the Kraken shenanigans here, I think. As long as he can get that tech in. He does queue up the Dionysus as well. There is also a bolt. You're absolutely right. He's got that bolt there if need be, but he's holding on to it. Potentially saving it for a mountain giant is a better idea, or a fire giant, or something like that. But Nido has managed to push back in a big way. Now, on the other hand here, if Shepri can just get to the Heroic Age himself, he will get access to the Skylar, which can be enough for him to push back. As the Kraken now against those 3x. Gets that 3x versus myth units. He's going to be completely fine here. He can push forward, finish off that dock. Should be in a good spot. However, Nido probably doesn't need to care too much about the water at this point. He can just grab a town center and call it a day. If need be. You can also go for some very aggressive play right now as Shepri moving out onto his second gold mine. He's got to secure this. He's now going for Dionysus, so he will have access to those Hapaspis, which is going to be really, really key against any sort of infantry army. As the dock for Nido to go down. And we'll see Shepri here cleaning up the water. He does have to be... Is he aware of the dock over here? He is aware of a dock over on this side, so he can move over there and clean that one up as well. More fishing ships should be coming out. More docks should be coming through. Those are the important things here. A second town center isn't a bad idea here for Shepri either, but he does have to be concerned about the gold mine. So maybe not a bad idea to just wait on the town center, put a fortress up first to secure this, and then go for the town center once you're feeling safe here. On the other hand here for Nido, he does have a really... Wait, does he have an interesting tech? I don't think he does. Let me double check. No, he doesn't have that tech. He's got the Super Kraken he can build. I haven't seen anyone try this. I think it just gives HP, right? Kraken special attack recharge time minus 25%. So that's kind of a big deal. These guys shoot that every 30 seconds. So 25% off of 30 ends up being a considerable help there. And that's one hitting units. So that's actually pretty decent. So if he wants to, he could go for like 3 docks over here, spam out a bunch of Krakens, and then get that attack as well. And just kind of kill everything very, very quickly. It's Nido slowly now going to start spamming out his raiding cavalry. We will see the fortress coming through for Shepri. So I love this play. I think this is what he needs to do. This is like super safe. He's got the water control. He is behind on villages, but he's in front on fishing ships. So it's equaling out. No need to be crazy here. Just secure all of your resources. Play slowly and slowly convert the map advantage that he's claimed in the center of the map here. Whereas Nido, he needs to get a little bit of pep in his step. Getting over here, denying this town center, denying this gold mine, denying this gold mine, blocking off these these sort of positions as well for both players is not going to be a terrible idea. And we actually see Shepri here queuing up Hera, which normally I'd say this is a good idea. If Shepri was maybe like a little bit closer to equality with the villager count, like if he didn't have all that idle time early on, this makes a lot of sense. Like considering the current position, probably best to just play a little bit more slow and go for those town centers. Because right now, this tech here, while it might pick off some military units, I don't think it's going to be able to convert a win, because you can just leave the position, pull up to the other gold mine over here, and you're just going to be in a bit of a difficult spot. As cheeky little wall here for Nitto, trying to come down, that gets denied. As Nitto's units charging into their death here, as this Navy, incredibly powerful. Plus also the Trireme here get bonus damage versus that Einherjar as well, so they kill it off incredibly quickly. But into the main base, the raiding cavalry are coming. Shepri, very quick to react, garrisons the villagers into the sentry tower. Searching around the gold food situation. Looking good here, as we do see a cheeky little walking woods. However, Shepri is prepared for it. He's got the Heracles, he's got the Jason, he's got the Odysseus. He just has to clean up those raiding cavalry over here. A little bit of micro on those heroes to get onto the walking woods, and he should be okay, but he's not paying attention to it. Now he does. Coming up to the top side to deal with this right now. And I think the town center will survive here, because the Jason basically 2 hits these walking woods. And that should be enough there for... Shepri. And Nitto, on the other hand, has got himself the Vikings technologies. This is going to give him a little bit more gold income as he's getting damaged with these bad boys. But the fortress will be sniping down those medium raiding cavalry. Shepri could just turn around and shank those, because he's got the fortress there. That's enough of a help to kind of take these units out. A little bit of out of range on that one as well. But Hera now on the way, but a considerable villager advantage now cooking for Nitto. And also for Shepri, missing out on these extra, I've already talked about it, but missing out on these extra fishing ships is really, really hurting him. As the medium raiding cavalry searching in for some more damage. We do see that Nitto's got some fantastic farm setup. Still doesn't have the Rigsdula tech though. That's hurting him a huge amount. We got the irrigation in, missing shaft mine and bowsaw, but that's okay. That Rigsdula tech though, that one is such a must grab when going Heimdall, because you don't get any bonuses to your military. So the only thing the thing you're getting with Heimdall is tempo, basically, right? You get the tempo to get to 100 villages faster. You get the tempo to get more units out quicker from your buildings. That's what you get from Rigsdula. Whereas if you go for Force Seti and you get access to Mithril Breastplate, that means you're getting like super strong Berserks, right? Or you're getting going Athena and you're getting this technology over here. You're getting Sarissa, but you're not getting that tempo. So in not getting Rigsdula, you're also not able to catch up because you don't have anything to research. Nonetheless, we'll see what Nitto can come up with here. He will be facing a lightning storm very, very shortly. Shepri knows he's got nothing really to worry about in terms of like rushing. He's got restoration. He's got bronze. He's going to have lightning storm. However, he's also got the military resource value advantage. However, a very small amount of land military units, where the majority of it is on the water. But still, missing out on those town centers hurts. And Nitto needs to just be aware of this. He just needs to be aware of this. He's not aware. It's very tough to be aware of this, but he needs to be aware of this. He sees 0 town centers currently grabbed. He hasn't got this eyes on this one, so he doesn't know for certain. But this just means that if he does lose some units, no worries. As we are seeing the army of Berserks coming over here to drop this hill fort. Nitto wants Mythic Age, but he's only got a handful of units to build up the hill fort on this position. Meanwhile, raiding cavalry coming through to check this position out yet again. Does he have this tech? He's missing this one as well. It's such a big tech. The eyes in the forest. If you take a look at what the raiding cavalry see, it's not very much. But as soon as they touch or get close to pine trees, you'd see the entirety of this position. And it really, really helps. It's such a big thing. Pegasus scouting, trying to spot some things. Nitto has, Shepri has spotted Nitto's gold mine over on this side. As the hill fort, 10 seconds from completion. And Shepri is now full champion. He sees the hill fort. He could have potentially stopped it there, but not fast enough. Now the Nidhogg, or the Hell, is going to be on the way. And Shepri looking to take this fight here. He's got Restoration. He's got Lightning Storm. He's refusing to use... He's got Bronze. He's refusing to use any of them. There's the Restoration there as Nitto retreats behind the hill fort. He will have access to this Nidhogg. However, there's 4 heroes here. Nidhogg has the potential to get an insane amount of value. But with 4 heroes, it can be very, very challenging to get that value. It might be best to just drop it onto villagers over here or something and try and take those out. As the hill fort falls. And the army of Shepri now starting to move in here. Villagers falling left, right, and center. It's now the Hoplite, Hypaspist army to charge onto the town center of Nitto. And Nitto, is that the town center going to the Mythic Age? It's not. It's over onto this side, so he's still okay. Still doesn't have that Rig Stool to speed up the upgrade either, but it's looking like Shepri is just going to start demolishing everything here. There's the Hoplites coming over onto this side, taking everything out here. And in that position there, Nitto does say, all right, GG, Shepri, you got me in this one. Like, I was saying that I didn't think that this, like, Mythic Age was probably the best idea, but I think Nitto just, you see this, it just didn't spend the resources. I think if you had full upgrades or something in the Heroic Age, full population army with all of these resources, which you probably could have had, he's probably able to hold here. Lightning Storm comes down short, you rebuild the army, and you just keep on trying to break through this army because Shepri can't really rebuild it if you're actually killing these units off because he doesn't have the economy. But nonetheless, Shepri gets game number 2, so it is 1-1. We go into a deciding game number 3 onto the unknown. We'll see how these players are going to manage that one. Hope you guys are enjoying the classical division of the Athenian League. We'll get into game number 3 as soon as the players are ready. How do you play this league? You got to sign up, my friend. Be in my Discord. We put out a thing for it, an announcement, all that other good stuff. There's actually quite a few people playing in it this season, so yeah, it's some fun. Yeah, I'm looking to cover a little bit of everything. I know I can't cover the entirety of the tournament, but giving everyone a little bit of a go. I am for my own personal viewing pleasure, I'm more excited on the higher level games, but these are entertaining as well, so it's good. Where's my Discord? If you go into the description of any YouTube video, there is a link there. Actually, it literally just popped up on Twitch, so let me send it to YouTube as well for you. There you go. I'm going to quickly grab some water. We'll get into game number 3. And then following this, we will be doing the Jolly Man Der Super Saiyan series. I'll be right back. Alrighty. I got some water. We are back. And we are waiting. Oh, they're playing on Land Unknown. It's supposed to be The Unknown, but maybe at the lower division it's different. I'm not sure. Fitz, what's happening, man? Someone called the AOM. Yeah, the AOM police need to be called. Wait, let me just. Are they in? Oh, they just changed it. There you go. I wonder when the playoffs are for. Where's the schedule for this overview rules? Is there a schedule? Announcement? Three weeks. After 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, there's the playoffs, I think. I don't know which week we're in right now. I remember I heard of AoE like 20 years ago. I went to my local game store and asked for a copy. An employee there recommended me to get AoM instead. Now, 20 years after, I just rediscovered AoE 2 and see what I've been missing. Not to say I regret. You know, it's still a blast, but it's just I can see the best of both worlds now. I mean, they're all fun, right? I played Age of Empires 3, had a blast. I played Age of Empires 4, had a blast. I played Age of Empires 2, had a blast. And I just love Age of Mythology. This is my game. We're at the end of week 2. Okay. All right. So one more week and then we got the playoffs. That'll be fun. Hey. All right. You missed my mustache? I'm sorry. You'll get used to it. I do it every other month. Grow it out, shave it off, grow it out, shave it off. It's just the way that I work. Did I just break it? I didn't. Okay, so we got Nido in the top right. So let's do a flipperoonie on this. And Alt-T. Okay. Alrighty, we're into game number 3. This is the deciding game here for the group stage between Nido and Shepri. We do have Nido deciding. It's time for some Poseidon. On the bottom side of the map, we've got Shepri going in with the Frere. And we do find ourselves on the Unknown. Now, You might look at this map, the mini map, and go, hey, you don't fool me. This map, I know what this map is. I've seen this map before. This is Alfheim. No, I can confirm it's not Alfheim. It's indeed the unknown. But it does look very reminiscent of Alfheim in a lot of different ways. But in a lot of other ways, it's not that at all. We've got over here a little Zeus major god statue hanging out with Tower of Cestus there. This one has got that sentry tower, a bonus damage of 1x versus myth units up onto the top here. Another Zeus that he's protecting everything. We've got the Trojan Gate Hinge going to be making those wall hit points 40% better. Over here we've got the Dwarven Horseshoes making cavalry 5% faster. This one is a huge relic for Nitto to pick up. 5% on an already fast Hippias will be very, very helpful there. And finally, on the bottom side of the map, we've got Fur of Boy, which is going to be that regen rate plus 0.25 per second for the heroes. So we'll see how it's going to go. But yeah, there is another option here for Shepri. If he goes quickly for a temple and gets an early Herser out, he can come and grab this and actually play for a Freya type game plan against the Poseidon. It's very off meta, but it's only off meta because #reasons. There's not like a amazing reason to not do it. It's just like Ulla is the DLC god, so you got to go for the DLC god type thing, right? I've got to update that. I've got to update that thing. Hold on. Let me see if I can find you. We'll just do this. Do this. And we'll just do this for now. That's the bracket there in the chat. Okay. So if I'm looking at this game here as the Shepri player, as the Freyr player, I'm thinking, all right, I've got an amazing town center here. I got an amazing amount of hunt here. I got an amazing gold mine back here. I'm looking to grab this town center 9 times out of 10. This is really, really good for me. However, I know I'm against Poseidon. Poseidon can put some very heavy pressure on. So we don't need to rush this. However, we can put this down sort of whenever. So, like, so long as it's around about 6 minutes to 7 minutes into the game, you can just drop that town center and you should be fine. You need Herser, you need Herdman. You're going to be okay if you go for that sort of an idea. If I'm Nitto and I spot that town center, which he has, I'm now thinking, oh, I must not allow this at all costs. I might even go Ares here. And while Ares doesn't play into this relic, which is really, really nice, you can go for Ares completely fine. Go Hippias opening, grab this relic, and sort of roleplay like you've got the Spirited Charge technology, which can be very nice, while also having access to the Cyclops. And in having the Cyclops, you can make sure that you deny the settlement. If you deny the settlement here, now you get access to this position. You get access to these boards here, so your opponent can't just grab that. But we are seeing Ulla coming through here for Shepri. He's getting himself those Herser out, doing all the good stuff. As Nitto comes up, picks the Dwarven Horseshoes up, and he is going to be taking that one back to his temple and enjoying just outside it. Shepri was so close, but so far. His Herser is sitting there going, huh? What happened? Where's my relic? It was there, and now it's not. Nonetheless, Centaur raids starting to come through. Villagers need to pull into the tower for the time being, taking a fairly significant amount of damage here as now the heroic age, not heroic age, the classical age is in. As the Herser come in on both sides, pushing the Centaur away from this position. I've just thought of potentially one of the more troll ideas here for Nitto. Very, very troll. Would be to actually send... He's going for a town center or something. No, he's going for this. If he were to go for a second town center here, send the villagers forward and just drop this one. How troll would that be? How do you rotate buildings? Shift and then scroll wheel. I figured it out. Shift and scroll wheel. At least that's what it is for me. Anyways, look at these Hippias. 6.1 speed with no upgrades. Absolutely insane. As Nitto going to be looking for little bits of damage here. He's trying to pick off that Draugr. Gets on top of it with the Atalanta and that center. But good control from Shepri. Keeps it alive. Gets a little bit of revenge damage down. There is also a cheeky little Herbert over here. So this is some serious heat that Shepri is packing. As Nitto needs to pull all the way back right now. But what Shepri needs to do, he's got the advantage. Right now is Town Center dropping time. He's sort of overproduced villages or dwarves onto gold, but nonetheless, he could just take villagers off of food, pop them over onto wood here, keep building those Herbmen, get over onto this spot to drop the Town Center. I can't stress that enough because he's got Ghoul and Bursty. He's got the perfect map behind it. It will secure those boars. It'll be very, very tough for Nitto to play this game here. And I think Nitto is being a little bit disrespectful of how good the Town Center is as well. He should probably be looking for, I don't know, finding something over here, putting things on that as soon as he possibly could. As a Hippias going down, the Shepri Herdmen are in, and they are very, very scary. One idea for Nitto right now is to start making some Toxotes or some Hoplites, depending on which way you want to go. As the medium cavalry coming through for Nitto. Centaur riding in. Like, you could go pure Hippias Centaur, and with good control, really good control, you can snipe the Herbman and wait it out. And then you can sort of get the value. But we're seeing Shepri doing something so absurdly dangerous. He's got 10 villagers now out onto these Aurochs. He's getting walls up. Nitto doesn't know. He's got no idea. Gets a little bit of damage done with the Centaur, but he loses 2 Hippias for it. So far, so good for Shepri. He has defended everything absolutely perfect up to this point. And he's got 2 Draugr now. Who's got more range? 12 versus 14. As the special attack gets dropped down. Little bits of damage still starting to accumulate onto Shepri's army, as we've got now the Spirited Charge technology to come in. And this will boost those Hippias up to something like 6 point... Is it 6.6 or something like that? 6.7? As Nitto, we're going to swing down to the bottom side. He's got thoughts that maybe the villagers are over here. This makes sense. Why would they not be over here? He's thinking. Is he actually coming here? He is. He's checking it out. Why would they not be over here? Well, it's because they're on the other side of the map. Now, another idea here for Nitto is to get in on top of these villages. But look at this play from Shepri. It's like he's like he knows. He's got the Herbert in the right spot. Herser in the right spot over here. And now the Hippias coming through. Let's have a little look-see at the line of sight. It's a lot of line of sight here for Shepri. There's no way into this base. No easy way into this base. A little bit of a distraction over here and then charge. Could be absolutely gigantic here. And that's sort of what he's going for. Will Shepri notice this or not? Hippias on top of the villagers. A great raid to come through. First real significant amount of damage to be taken from Shepri. He's been playing a great game up until this point. But the cracks in the seams starting to show as Nitto gets a much needed amount of damage there. Charges in to try and take out these units over here, cleaning up a Herser or two. There's only one Herdman currently involved. Picks off second Herser, then starts to bail. Trades it for a Hippias. Not the end of the world. Look at these guys. They're so speedy. 6.6 speed as the secondary pack of Hippias now to charge through. He's got the Centaur to take out some Herdmen. He's got to be careful. That Herso could turn around and slap those Centaur very quickly. Meanwhile, up to the top side, the villagers, there's a beautiful little wooden gate there to retreat through as the Centaur go down there. Nice play from Shepri. He's got 3 Revenant Draugr through right now as the wooden gate on this side about to go down. Could take the villagers off and repair this to give himself just a little bit more time. But with Nito losing his Centaur, now those Herdmen are looking like some serious threats. As he comes up to the top here, he's got so much food and gold in the bank. He can go to the Heroic Gauge as well. But as the villagers run straight in to a Centaur and 2 Hippias and a Atalanta, huge damage coming through. Over onto this side as well, the Hippias diving on top of those Revenant Draugr, able to snipe those off. And Nito in complete control right now. 21 villagers to 38. 22 to 38. Houses going down in this position as well. As a Hippias falling. Not the best of fights over here for Nito. He will be pulling back. He does have that HP regen coming through for those Hippias, so he can just pull back, heal up, no problems. He does decide yet again to take the fight. And it's going to be somewhat of a decent trade for Nito as Shepri loses all of his units on that position. As Nito coming back through onto this spot. He's not done with these villagers just yet. 6.6 speed and a dream. And they do spot the villagers retreating down this left path here. As he comes through, sniping those bad boys down. Good play from Nito as Shepri is just in such a tough spot now. Dwarves falling left, right, and center. Gatherers falling. It's 20 to 41 villagers. There's so many resources in the bank for Shepri. He is just in full panic against this Hippias flood. As the villagers take the shank, but the Herdmen all down now. And these are heavy Hippias. They do so much damage to villagers. They're so effective. Sniping the Herdmen over onto this side as well. As these villagers will not be able to get home here with this amount of units over here. Denying everything. And all of a sudden, Shepri is down to 12 villagers. And he says, all right, I got 12 villagers. I'm going to tap out now. GG, well played. Incredibly well executed from Nito. Shepri was playing such a good early game. He was getting those little advantages cooking, but one big mistake here. He even had the Herdmen in the right spot. One big mistake here leads to butt tons of villagers falling and the chaos just ensued. Couldn't keep the macro up underneath that pressure. And Nito manages to find the dub here. An unlucky game for Shepri, but a lot to learn here. The biggest thing I think that he could have done to help him out is to actually just get himself set up with the walls. One wall here. One wall here. He's got the defensive buildings here. This wall's perfect. Lock this off over here with another wall up to the temple or a long house and a long wall or something. Houses here. Just locking this space up and looking to try and get this town center. Rather than going over to this left side of the map that's super open, keep everything close so you don't have to fall to the speed of those Poseidon Hippias. Could have found a really nice position here in this one, but unfortunately, a little too much Hippias action. And Nito does walk away with the victory in this best of 3 series. Congratulations. If you guys enjoyed it, make sure you hit the follow button on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, see that subscribe button, and I'll see you guys in the next game. I'm just going to go blow my nose. It's right, it's right there. It's just breaking me. And we're going to continue along with a DoD Jolly Man versus Der Super Saiyajin. Give me the game. Let me update the title. All right, I'll be right back. Alrighty. Let's keep the show on the road. Did I not put it in here? I believe we start with this game. Even if it doesn't really matter. They have to play all three anyways. All right. Let's get going. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the jury, Athenian League lovers unite, as we are joined here to present a Major God debut. Well, I mean, this is the Major God League. I'm not sure if it's Zeus or what's the other one? Zeus and Hades, or Zeus and what? What is it? Hang on, let me just double check. Yeah, Zeus and Hades. I'm not sure which one they're in. Anyways, in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Hades, his name is Der Super Saiyajin. He is the Super Saiyan man himself. His opponent today in the red color playing as Frey. His name is Jolly Man from the Dog Clan. So yes, we're back with the Athenian League yet again. Jolly Man, for those you don't know, he is a distant cousin of mine, hailing from the wee island of New Zealand. However, I think he's currently in Sydney. I could be wrong. So he's basically Australian. So we're basically brothers. Because we're like, you know, that's how it works. So I'm OCE Unite, in other words. I got my favorites. I'm allowed to have my favorites, all right? We'll see how the game's going to go. Hades versus Freya. A difficult matchup, or a difficult matchup, I reckon, for the Hades. But not the best of maps here for Jolly Man. Super Saiyajin. If you take a look at the map and we're looking at game plan, first and foremost, I really think when it depends on the matchup as to what sort of early game build you want to do here with the Hades. Just going for the most optimal amount of resources you possibly can to get yourself the most the most resources, right? I don't think that's that important. I really don't. The difference of having like 100 plus resources over a different build is not, I don't think it matters that much. What I think matters is knowing what is on the map and knowing what your game plan needs to be as soon as you possibly can and start working towards it. So what I'm basically saying here is potentially it would have been better to just drop a granary, go for a slightly slower Vaults of Erebus, and be scouting this all out. Because if the Super Saiyan sees this, he goes, okay, so the map has got no back gold mines for this town center. It does have back hunt, but that's not the biggest of deals. All of a sudden, the game plan here for Super Saiyan just needs to be deny middle town centers, and we can actually force a game here that does not go down the line of Frere booming to all Bilio, Hades booming to all Bilio, and oftentimes the Hades player just not being able to hold against the terrifying sort of early late game, late mid game sort of problem. But we'll see how things are going to go. We'll see if Sir Super Saiyan's got some sort of an idea here. He is going for a slightly later advance time, which does indicate to me that he wants to play one town center play anyways. And he is going through Athena. There are some options here to go Ares, which I really like, because if you go Ares, you get Pestilence, which means you don't care if your opponent puts up a hill fort. Because then you can just walk forward, hit Pestilence, and just take the fight anyways. But look at this base for Jolly Man. Absolutely beautiful. He's got the back wood line, back gold line. He's got a little bit of an opening here he just needs to deal with, and then he's basically safe to nearly anything. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little cheeky wall over there. Let's have a little quick look-see at the relics. We've got the Eye of Horus on the bottom side. Beautiful relic there for the late game Frere sort of ideas. Over onto this side, we've got the skulls of the Cerspes, giving some early monkeys is nice. A little cheeky wall coming up onto this side as well for Jolly Man, as he's going to be locking off this top position. Love that play nice and early. Don't see that very often. It is a significant amount of resources, but I mean, what else is your Berserk going to be doing right now? Scouting? It's a little bit difficult. But nonetheless, Athena is in. Ulla is on the way, as the village is going to be dropping that food into the ox cart, coming over onto the chickens. And there goes Jolly Man's Draugr. He's now out, going to be dropping down some barracks and all the other good stuff. As the villagers for Super Saiyan now coming through. And he is actually going for this town center into the center of the map. I'm a little surprised on this. Does he actually see everything? No, he doesn't. He does see his own map, and he can make some guesses based on what he's seen. But he's going for a town center here, and this should mean that Jolly Man can just safely go for his own town center. But he doesn't want that one. He wants this one. Maybe this is the idea from Super Saiyan, is that if he grabs this town center and Jolly Man goes greedy on, or not greedy, goes safe on this town center, then things can get kind of bad for him, because Super Saiyan can stay classical age, pump units, and look to lock this position off. But he is going for the back town center. He's going for the safe one. And this still leaves things a little bit difficult, I think, for Jolly Man. I think Super Saiyan here, so long as he just plays a very, very aggressive game here, building units out, putting pressure on in the classical age, he should be okay here. He should be okay to make something happen. We'll see if that's what he's going to go for or not. As the Katoska boss coming through, checking this out, sees the Hersa. As a little cheeky wall coming over onto this spot. Love that play. Both players actually doing this. The one thing that this town center does give is this hunt on the back, of which Jolly Man sees. So he will probably wander over here after he gets the town center up. We do have a hill fort coming up over here. Very, very dangerous hill fort. However, does he see the town center? He does see the town center, so he knows he's pretty well okay here. That being said, I think Super Saiyan probably could have dropped like a stable and made Hippias and charged over here and put some pressure onto this straight away. Maybe. With some heroes, early restoration or something, forcing out a cool and bursty. But nonetheless, the hill fort will come down, and this will secure his second gold mine. And this game is going boomy ways. So let's see if the Super Saiyan is going to be able to find a way through this. This is always the difficult thing, because The Frere game plan here from now is build some Huskarl, and he's going to be the one to be able to put some early game pressure on. You can get out a handful of Huskarl here, and you can just roam around the map just getting value, because what unit do you build to stop the Huskarl at this point in the game? You don't have a pass burst. You can make Hippias to try and deal with it, but it's a little bit difficult. It's a little bit difficult to make it all work. As the villagers coming over here, a little bit of a shank, sniping that Jolly Man. So they're not letting that one get through. As Ajax does come forward, spots the Asgardian Hill Fort. Too little, too late. Toskabos in. All the Hersers are out. Ajax falls. Stir Super Saiyan now. Eye of Horus in hand or on the top of, well, kind of on the back of the horse. I mean, the horse is going to be feeling a little bit magical right now. I haven't noticed that before. Normally, it's on the back of the horse. No, what is going on in this game? Nonetheless, Huskarl coming through for Jolly Man, as was said, would be the main thing. They come over here and start bashing down these walls. You can put pressure over onto this food line or food spot here. Hunting operation, get some good pressure here. We'll be seeing the with the wall falling. I would love to see Jolly Man also doing a cheeky little one of these just to lock this wall off. You don't want your opponent to like sneak a villager around here and then wall you off and just cause a whole bunch of problems. Jolly Man charging in here. There will be a heroic age to come through for Der Super Saiyan momentarily here, I'm sure. The villagers will have to bail, so just a little bit of damage, it looks like. As the Minotaur trying to stop this from happening. The villager here will end up falling. There's one villager down. And a little bit of damage onto everything else, but it looks like that will all finish up there as Sentinels gets dropped. And Jolly Man to retreat back into his base here and call it equal to some degree. But with that all being said, Super Saiyan gets his tech off relatively unscathed here. He's up to Aphrodite, not going for that Apollo, which is a little bit surprising. Oftentimes we see the Hades player going for an Apollo play to force out the upgrade, to force out the God powers, so you could just trade Apollo or an Underworld for like a Gullenbursty and a Tempest potentially. But Aphrodite, the god of choice here, maybe with the ideas of just going for like mass myth unit or something, could be something. As the walls coming through here for Jolly Man, he says, well, if you're going to wall me off over here, maybe I'll just wall you off, cut you off those gold mines a little bit. As he's going to be pulling back into his main base. Villagers finishing up on this gold mine. Lots of villagers on food, lots of villagers on wood. Probably time to actually spam a whole bunch of buildings for both players here. Unless there's something very specific that Super Saiyan's going for. He might be just saying, I'm going to go for immediate fortress and then siege push. That could be the idea for Super Saiyan. But Jolly Man is active at the moment. He's out on the map, and any sort of aggressive fortress should get denied. As the wall's coming through. Jolly Man not paying attention. Now he does. Breaks through. And that will be another villager pick there. So, that will be another villager pick there. So, nice little play from Jolly. He's now into this position. And there's that wall. Love it. Love it. Yes, Jolly. As the curse comes up, I don't think the wall's going to finish, though. The wall will not finish. I'm upset. Nice try. It'll get knocked down, and then the wall can get finished up here. A couple more military buildings coming through for the Super Saiyan as the A-gear is queued up. Farms coming up all over the place here for Jolly Man. He has to make a decision now. The simple play here for Frere against Hades is to just go for Huskarl, throw on Axeman, Rock Giants. The more complicated play is you can go into Jarls, great Jarls, with Frere's Gift, or Legendary Jarls with Frere's Gift, are very, very strong. They're not quite as strong, obviously, as the Ring Giver Freya Jarls, but still they can be a big difficulty to deal with. As Shaft Mine, Bowsaw, Irrigation coming through for Der Super Saiyan. And it's a third town center on the way here for Super Saiyajin, which also plays into what Jolly Man is naturally going to be wanting to do, which is just grabbing this town center. Drops another Asgardian Hill Fort. And the building spammage to start coming through. I've got to assume there's got to be a fortress on the way here somewhere. Right here. I don't mind this play because he's already got this walled off. He can break through here and try and just make a push into the main base going this way. There's no real way for Dose Super Saiyajin to just stamp the threat out of this game with a gold star at this point, considering 2 Asgardian Hill Forts, gold mine here, gold mine here. This is walled off. This is all under Jolly Man's kind of control for the time being. But with this fortress coming up, yeah, Super Saiyajin can break through this. Maybe drop another fortress here and try and lock this off. Looks like he's going to the Mythic Age, which does make a little bit of sense here. We'll see if he goes for the Artemis angle or the Hephaestus angle. Generally speaking, if someone is going to sit back and just play defensive, which is sort of, it's kind of what Jolly Man's doing. Both players are kind of playing a defensive game here. But if someone's going to sit back and play defensive, there's 2 ways to try and break it. You can either execute a really, really strong timing attack and outplay. Your opponent's playing defensive. There is the potential there for them to defend that timing attack. It's a little bit risky. Or you can just go for attacking play. If someone's going to sit back there and just do nothing, or whatever you want to call it, oftentimes just getting that tech in and finding the advantage there and making a push later can be the right way to go. As Hephaestus is the god of choice, which is a little bit slow, as a Great Hall coming up, or no, Hill Fort coming up, Great Halls as well. You'd all have to realize that Super Saiyajin managed to squeeze out a 3rd town center behind this. So he's going Mythic Age, but he's not actually falling behind in villages to get to this Mythic Age either. So that's a really good spot for him to be in, as the taunt goes off there from the Rock Giant, but a fortress up, a Hill Fort up. Are we going to be seeing the Rams? No Rams in for Jolly Man just yet. As he looks to charge forward, sniping down a couple of those Toxotes. There's the Tempest getting dropped. And a really smart move here from Der Super Saiyajin is to just garrison. This is the ultimate counter to Tempest, is garrisoning as a portable ram to come through. And this is the timing here that Jolly Man wanted to hit here. If he breaks through the fortress, he's got those rams. Breaks through all this position, he can make things very, very difficult for Der Super Saiyajin. He might have to sack the town center. Maybe that 3rd town center was a little bit greedy inside of this strategy. As the fortress goes down. Another Hill Fort here for Jolly Man. Does he have his tech? He is getting it. He's getting that Feast of Renown tech. It's now the Mythic Age is in. And immediately a Plenty Vault and the Forge of Olympus tech should be coming through as well. And not only that, the Perseus also to come through will be a nice little counter for that Rock Giant there. There's the portable rams now coming through to take out the town center. Jolly Man pulling back ever so slightly. Der Super Saiyajin restoration to keep everything afloat here. Managing to snipe down those portable rams. As the Hephaestus Hoplite army of Der Super Saiyajin looking very powerful against those Hephaestus. Not Hephaestus, the Huskal. Hephaestus looking very strong against the Huskal there. But Jolly Man has got himself the Hill Fort to help out with this spot. He can use that as a gigantic advantage with this Feast of Renown tech to come through. The only problem is with him grabbing the Feast of Renown tech in the temple is he's not able to get those Rock Giants out, which kind of enable this unit composition to work versus Hephaestus Peltast. Hephaestus Peltast will beat this sort of a composition. As the Rams wandering forward to take out the town center and all the other good stuff here. Over onto this side. Nice little raid from Jolly Man as he is managing to get in onto the backside of Dirt Super Saiyajin. Throwing Axeman versus Peltast is not a good fight to be taken. Great control from Dirt Super Saiyajin, managing to make that work. More Rams coming through, however, for Jolly Man. Look at the wood income. He's got 3,800 wood in the bank. Gold Villagers up here. Gold Villagers idle. He's got to pull all those villagers off of wood, put them onto a gold mine. But he is full focused on this attack for the time being. And it looks like Dirt Super Saiyajin might just be stabilizing here. Another Asgardian Hill Fort to come up to secure this position. There is a villager lead, substantial villager lead for Jolly Man, but Super Saiyajin's got the plenty vault, so it's actually equal here. It's 90 villagers apiece in terms of pure income. As the damage there from that Colossus is going to be too much. You've also got the burning pitch in from those Peltast as well. As Jolly Man now getting those great Yarls out. We were talking about those. Those are the more like simple way to break through this army, as Dirt Super Saiyajin will actually now need to mix in Hoplites as well as a Pacifist, as well as try and micro this, which is very, very messy, very, very difficult. As the Rams coming through here, they can actually take out this Metropolis as well. And Jolly Man to pull back. Still has that Vidar tech queued up. Going to be dropping another Hill Fort in the center here. I'd love to see this town center just getting dropped by like one unit here as well for Jolly Man. Getting up to 3 TCs at this point to get himself a little bit more population, a little bit more military pop would be very, very helpful. As the Rams coming to the top side, bashing down the granary, bashing down everything, coming around to snipe the fortress over here as well. That's so many portable Rams. You can still pull villagers. Now the villagers lost their bonus damage versus siege, but doesn't really mean anything. They still kill the siege. They're still doing hack. They still 7.5 damage per second against a 275 HP unit which got 5% hack armor. You got to kill that siege weapon. It's just not instant anymore. As now Vidar queued up. However, Super Saiyajin is making a pushback. He has managed to hold thus far. Jolly Man's done some significant damage. He's now dropping the town center at the top. The town center on this position here for Super Saiyajin is going to be able to come back up. Super Saiyajin missing just a handful of armory upgrades. All the armory upgrades that don't matter. Pierce upgrades. Jolly Man's not doing a single point of pierce outside of the hill forts here. But Mythic Age is coming. Full Champion is coming. Does he have the armories up? He's got 2 armories, so he's going to be able to get a couple of those armory upgrades in. Meanwhile, more buildings falling on the back. This is the hardest part about playing Norse, is making sure you're expanding behind yourself while you're getting pushed, while also having the units in to defend and slow down the push. Otherwise, you just run out of infrastructure and you can't reproduce your units. You just end up with a crazy amount of resources in the bank, but not being able to spend them. As the Mythic Age pops here, Jolly Man drops the holy damn! He just runs. He just kills everything. He just dropped. Dirt Super Saiyajin. He loses everything to that Mythic Age God Power. The Inferno too big there. And now Dirt Super Saiyajin will have to rebuild. He gets how many of these guys? You get 6 Hades Shades from all that. Is that it? I guess if you go 6 times 5, that's 30 units that died for that, right? That was such a good Inferno. Now, the upgrades coming through for Jolly Man. Iron Weapons, Iron Mail, Quarry, Carpenters, Champion Cav, Champion Infantry, breaks the town center again. Restoration in to hold for a little bit longer. But Super Saiyan's Rams, or Super Saiyan will kill these Rams off. You're going to have to rebuild the town center. He's got fortified town centers coming through, so even though he's 2 versus 3 town centers for the time being, he will have a population advantage to some degree. A small population advantage. I think he goes up to 210 or something like that. As yet again, Jolly Man setting up the siege on this position, dropping that hill fort down again. Fafnir in. Huge damage to come through. There's Super Saiyan just with 2 heroes at the moment. So Fafnir will die very, very slowly here. I say as it's down to 770 HP, but still dies very, very slowly there. As, oh dear. Jolly Man. I'm not sure how he did this, but he's made a pretty crucial mistake here with his technologies. Has he done it on all of these as well? Hang on, let me see. Yeah, he has. So I think what Jolly Man's done here, and this is like a mechanical... It's just a knowledge thing. He's pre-queued everything while doing it on... while doing it on select all military buildings or something, right? And what that does is, it for whatever reason, the pre-queue goes all into one building. So you have to actually manually go through all your buildings and pre-queue like this, right? Manually go through them all. And that way you're actually going to get them to immediately start. And this has slowed down that champion infantry so much here. And look at those Super Saiyan's army. Absolutely gigantic. 6.6k, 7k of military here, breaking through. The other thing here is Jolly Man doesn't have himself this upgrade just yet for the hill fort. It's such a big upgrade. Advanced fortifications. If you don't know how big it is, let me just explain it. It's 50% extra damage. So the hill fort right now is doing 39, let's call it 40 pierce damage a second. It goes up to 60 damage a second, which is huge. It's a huge amount of damage. So it's a must grab as the Ghoul and Bursty getting called down to support here. And Durst Super Saiyan will have to retreat. Jolly Man's now got himself out a hefty amount of Jarls here. The Ghoul and Bursty can just charge forward, sacrifice himself for the time being. Not the worst thing in the world. And now Ballista are actually coming through for Jolly Man. This could be scary for the Hades as well. Dealing with Ballista, this is one of those questions that I've actually recently had where I'm like, how do I actually beat a advanced fortification setup Frere who's got Ballista? Well, the answer would be cavalry. Realistically, cavalry getting onto the Ballista when they get out of position. But if they're not out of position, you just can't push that position. You have to go somewhere else. Meanwhile, we are seeing Jolly Man going for some cheekiness over here, but this has been caught. Cheeky little Gastrophotorus and Petropolis in to put a stop to all that madness. As now we finally have champion infantry coming through. As Jolly Man struggling a little bit for gold. Does he have a trade route started? No. His gold mines are running out though. Meanwhile, over onto this side as well, Durst Super Saiyan to break through here. Going to be coming in to try and find something on this position. Peltas control from Super Saiyan has been on point for the entirety of this game. As Jolly Man continues to take this fight, but just look at the difference in military resource value. It's absolutely gigantic here. As Jolly Man just can't get out the units he needs to realistically take any fights. And we've got A hill fort coming up over here, which will secure this gold mine. We've got a cheap little hill fort coming, or fortress coming down for Dirt Super Saiyan, which will be denied. The Hades army just doing so much. One idea here for Super Saiyan now is to wander forward and put this aggressive fortress up behind this forest to start sieging down that main town center, which was an idea from way back early game. But now the heavy ballista are in. If you guys didn't realize, these guys are costing 3 pop. And yes, they're expensive, so we're ignoring the cost on them. But look at this damage. They do more than a fortified... they do more than a advanced fortification hill fort. Obviously, not all the arrows are going to be hitting the same unit, but still, they absolutely stonk. And all of a sudden, Dirt Super Saiyan is the one with no population anymore. He's dropped. Town center over here, getting taken down. Rams into the main base. Dirt Super Saiyan going to be losing the fortress. An absolutely wild game. Over here, the Heliopolis taking down houses. Heroes in the main base here of Jolly Man. It's the army to come back up here, has to defend this, and now Jolly Man can set up in the center, trying to take out the fortress here. Jolly Man, Dirt Super Saiyan, he's got all the units queued up as well. He's missing Levy. He's missing these upgrades. They can be a huge assistance to just getting these units out without you needing to just invest villager training time and APM into spamming buildings. So Super Saiyan has dealt with this. He's still finding an angle to attack onto this position here. Villagers getting called off of their farming duties to deal with the heavy Heliopolis. We'll be able to snipe that. Get back to work. Pasaias falls. The heroes fall. Into the main position here. Jolly Man is now the one who's behind on military, or behind on population. Asgardian Hill Fort getting dropped down onto the back here. Attempting to get that up as fast as humanly possible, but here's the problem. Gold expiring. There's only this gold mine in the middle of the map, this gold mine remaining. On the other side here, a little bit more gold in the bank here for Dirt Super Saiyan. Holding this middle is absolutely crucial right now for Jolly Man. He does have a small trade route started. He can't sell. He's got 2 markets, 3 markets and a dream here. Both players are going to be needing to start a trade route at this point. However, on the left side here, Dirt Super Saiyan says it's time for the Titan Age. He doesn't have the wood for it, but he is pumping and he is going to be able to deny this gold mine. And this could potentially just be game over for Jolly Man in this moment. Jolly Man pulling off with the gold. Dirt Super Saiyan in a commanding position. The pacifist coming through, sniping all those villagers there. 123 pop of 235. The trade route is awesome. It's a great trade route. 60 gold. 60-ish gold. A little hill fort coming up over onto this side as that does get spotted, but is there going to be any siege coming through? Titan Age is now on the way. Coinage also coming through. And after all is said and done, Dirt Super Saiyan manages to hold on here against the power of Frere in this game. I legitimately think had Jolly Man grabbed champion infantry in a building straight when he hit the Mythic Age and didn't make that one mistake, I think this game could still be going to this day. Not saying that Super Saiyan would have lost, not saying that Jolly Man would have won, but it would have been a very, very different game. I think this game could have actually gone very long here, very deep, because the gold mines are going to expire. All Jolly Man really needed was the rest of this gold mine. 3,000 gold remaining. He would have got his trade route started, completed, and he would have been able to keep fighting. But too many lost units here, I think. Military units killed. I mean, you do see that the advantage here was for Jollyman, but that's villages, and I don't know. It just didn't quite end up being enough. There's so many more resources here for the Hades after all is said and done, but an incredibly well played game for both players here. But Der Super Saiyan coming out with game number 1. We'll move into game number 2. Hope you guys are enjoying the Athenian League action. And we'll get this next game going right now. A Leaping Morris, I'm Nido. Thanks for casting my games. I got really nervous when Shepray told me you would be casting. Ha ha ha! No worries, my dude. You played really, really well. 日本人なんですかね。めっちゃ頑張りましたね。面白かった。その試合。Okay. Let's get this next game going. I'm trying to get through it. My nose is like half blocked, and it's been half blocked the entire day. Okay. Game 2. Are you American living in Japan? Okay. In that case, how do I speak American? American. Oh, you played really well, my guy. Super strong tactics. You grabbed life by the balls and you ran with it. Is that what we were going for? I'm sorry. I can't help myself. I can't. Thank you, Hung. Appreciate you, man. But I've still got a long way to go. I'm offended. Good. I'm good. That's what I'm good at. Oh, well, that's my main purpose. All right. Let's see how this game's gonna go. We've got to flip this. We've got to flip this. Hey. All right, let's give this one a watch, hey? And we're into game number 2. Der Super Saiyan here does decide to go in with the Ra, and Jollyman sticking it out with his Norse as he decides Odin is the god of choice. An interesting one. We are on the map here, Nile Shallows, which I think is a really, really fun map for Sphinx shenanigans here for Ra. Now, you can go for there's two main strats here for Ra. I'll talk about Odin afterwards. There's 2 main strats. There's also a whole myriad of different ideas to go for with Ra. But specifically in this matchup, there's 2 main strats to go for. And then there's little like pocket strats to like kind of take your opponent out of book, so to speak. I think I want to start bringing that up a little bit. I've been having this thought recently about what the opening is, what the opening game looks like in Age of Mythology Retold as opposed to say like a chess game. And I think there is a lot to be said about, you know, taking someone out of book by doing something a little bit offbeat. Just, you know, instead of going for the Italian, you go for, I don't know, some gambit. I don't know. Anyways, let me talk about 2 main strategies, and I'll give you a couple of other like sort of random offbeat strategies you can try. So strategy number 1 is obviously you go for a classical fight with Sphinx, 2-3 monument, making spearman, axeman, slinger, Sphinx, running around raiding, defending against the Odin raids with your own Sphinx is really good. And putting pressure on with a big eclipse sort of play. Another strategy is to go for the Mister style, which is where you go for a whole bunch of Wadgets, army, and you go for a vision play, and you are looking to just put mad pressure onto the Odin. Some sort of offbeat plays are things like a fast second town center with a barracks. So you're making axemen out of the barracks, fast second town center, and shifting sands with Da. And then if your opponent decides to try and match you, you can deny that with a shifting sands onto their position there with the axemen you're going to be building. And then there's everything else. Like you've got some fast heroics off of one town center that can do some things. You got some fast mythics off of one town center, which can be pretty scary. But yeah, you can play around with a whole bunch of ideas. Odin, on the other hand, here is very much in the reactionary state here. He has to say, okay, what are you throwing at me? How do I defend against it? It's almost like if we are really going to be going into the whole chess thing, Odin is playing black and Ra is playing white. Odin is playing black. And as that is the case, yes, there are some sort of gambit things that can turn the black sort of defensive opening into an offensive thing. You know, like the I'm struggling with my opening. I used to know this stuff, I swear, but you know, like you can sacrifice a pawn to make something happen. So that would be like sort of like going for a Heimdall rush or something like that. But generally speaking, if you're going to go through the Freya route, this is kind of like you're just playing a reactionary game, trying to figure out what the Ra player is going to throw at you. And right now, it's looking to me like Super Saiyajin is going for a second town center type idea. A second town center type idea, which isn't bad. He's got a great town center here. He's got a great amount of hippopotamus here. He's got a great gold mine on the back. But you do have to have something extra behind this. You can go 2TC, just try and play defensively, try and spam units out and try and just play a classical fight 2TC, which isn't as kind of crazy as what I was suggesting with a quick barracks and a town center going up, making those axemen out. Well, Priest does manage to drop the relic in, but will lose its life here, so it's not going to get through that wall. Forest Fire also coming through to open this up. Jolly Man says, hey man, I'm taking this game into my own hands. You are going to be losing your Wadjet. Watchtowers comes through super early here from Super Saiyajin. Generally, I would say that is unnecessary, but he goes for it. One villager already down as the Pharaoh now under attack. The main base is completely opened up here. The Watchtower will be a big help with defending. The Forest Fire is now finished, so he can actually throw the wall over here as an idea. Double Valkyrie in for Jolly Man. Jolly Man's gone for the fast Valkyrie opening. I didn't mention that. I forgot that this is a Jolly Man special. He was actually one of the players who I think was doing this super early on. Gets in, picks off a villager, pulls back out. That's 2 villager kills and Watchtowers forced. I guess forced is one idea, but Watchtowers is grabbed. And now the Valkyrie pulls back and he can just heal up. An absolutely pristine opening here from Jolly Man. Now he's the man who is not only equalized in the position, he has got all of the advantage. And we're going to be seeing Super Saiyajin behind this, dropping a cheeky village center. The cheeky village center is now on the way. Meanwhile, Obelisk getting sniped up. Jolly Man searching for a little something to take out here. As the villager will simply just pull immediately into the Watchtower. Super Saiyajin, like these 2 Valkyrie forcing this much idle time by just wandering through here. Absolutely huge. A couple of priests are in, going to get a little bit of damage done. All this damage is good because it's buying time for Super Saiyajin here. Because these Valkyrie have to pull up here. They're going to have to heal themselves. They're actually the Shieldman Valkyrie as well. He's already got that upgrade through to boot here. And he's now spotted the town center. So now 2 options for Jolly Man. He can just say, great, you just wasted, or you just spent 550 gold on a village center. I'm just going to spend everything on military. I'm going to plant my, plant some buildings here. I'll plant some buildings here. I'll plant some buildings here. And we're just going to play for a gold staff here. Option number 2 would be to drop a town center and just enjoy the fact that, well, we are going to have more economy than a village center are. And we can be completely fine with doing that. Okay. Got a question here. Look, the towers have done 335 damage. Now, obviously, this is not. They haven't got any kills. That's the problem. Playing against Odin, these units are just going to heal themselves back up. So far, those towers have not paid for themselves. But they have paid for themselves in the fact that they've managed to get the villagers back to work and not losing anymore. As spearmen are now going to start coming through. The barracks coming up all over the place. It is important to get these barracks in range of the monument. That way they're all hit by the boosted gather rate. As market armory up to the top here. And the raiding cavalry swinging through over onto this side. Villagers all pulling back into the town center. And Dirt Super Saiyan still under so much pressure. Jolly Man is just taking this game into his hands and he's in a fantastic spot right now. Option 3, go Njord. I mean, if you go for the Njord play and you're not building units, then an answer for that is to be already out on the gold mine and leaving this gold mine at home. So there is a way to play around that sort of a teching idea. But it can work. As walls coming up all over the place. There is Jade. Oh my god. Grab Jade Hair and then those Valkyrie go from like 6.6 speed with thundering hooves up to like 7 point something. That would be insane. As the Sesrimnir technology now coming through for Jolly Man. Getting access to Goaty if he wants them. Spearman coming through, spotting just a little bit here. You've got to be so careful with these Spearman raids because realistically, the Valkyrie can come back and snipe these down. The raiding cavalry should also be coming here. Like, this is a very, very dangerous raid for Der Super Saiyan. There's Jolly Man. Nice and respectful there with those villagers. Pulls them back preemptively. Decides, okay, you're leaving me. Let me do all that stuff. As now Jolly Man coming in with from all different angles here to deny the spearmen from escape here. Going to be losing a handful more. And this is what I'm talking about. These are dangerous raids. He's actually going to lose so many of these. And this is so huge because the gold mine's about to expire. And he's throwing farms down. Oh dear. That's so much gold. Yes, he's probably got Shadoo 35 gold apiece. Yes, he needs food income. But he doesn't have the gold to be doing this. We'll see if he can muster out the army to get a second gold mine. Because look at this from Jolly Man. He is just saying, give me everything. I'm walling it all. We will be seeing Sobek coming through for Super Saiyan as he is going up to the heroic age. As rain comes through for Der Super Saiyan. And that's going to be a huge amount of food. He can sell food for a little bit here, I guess. So he does have a little bit of time. As he's going to be wandering over onto this spot to drop a Migdol. We are going to be seeing Skadi queued up. Population differential is in favor of Jolly Man at the moment. As a Migdol stronghold to get dropped down. Bringing the priest over here. I would love to see the Pharaoh on this spot. Lots of units not in position here to deny this for the time being, but it looks like the Super Saiyan is going to be able to live another day. He has survived for the time being. He's got himself a Migdol. This will be completed. He gets himself the gold mine. He's got himself his farm set up. If he drops another monument here, and gets a huge amount more food income, he is going to be able to absolutely spam these rains. 2 more rains with, is this 23 farms? 2 more rains with 23 farms, and the differential in this like position is not that big of a deal. Now, obviously, myth units could be another option here, making a whole bunch of Pitsukos or something. Could be another option, or Wadgets or something. As the Rock's searching around for something to do, a shifting sands onto this position could be the idea from Mr. Super Saiyan. He's got Locust. This is huge. That's so many villages. The shifting sands coming through onto Jolly Man's villages here. Locust getting dropped down. Huge amounts of damage to come through onto this one. Okay, that I think I overreacted a little bit, but huge amounts of damage coming nonetheless into the main base. However, Dirt Super Saiyan is losing villages as well, as he has not reacted to this in the slightest. Now finally pulls the villagers off, and all of that damage that he managed to get done there is undone with this one brutal raid. Not really. It's 9. There's a 9 villager differential, but meanwhile, the army to take the fight. There is this rock here. He could drop them into the rock and escape here, or he could. No, he can't walk out. He's completely walled off, but he could have escaped. No problems with that rock there, but instead decides to take this fight, throwing away a huge amount of spearmen here. As the spearmen coming over onto this side, going to be putting a little bit of a stop to this. This game has now just heated up in the biggest of ways. Jolly Man's early game still netting him somewhat of an advantage at the moment. However, Stir Super Saiyan has definitely got an angle here to bring this game back. He's got the reins. He's got the ability to drop extra monuments, get more favor in, to expand the map out, grab this town center. Hill Fort coming up for Jolly Man in the center of the map as the spearmen are just roaming around here. I still think just a rock to escape would have been so genius from Dirt Super Saiyan, but does not go for it. The second rain now coming through. Only with 1 monument still, as now he's dropping that second one. I wouldn't mind seeing a third one at this point either, as well as a town center. As the Jolly Man raids coming up to the top side, looking for a little something here. Camel Riders queued up as well. The Dirt Super Saiyan. As he's sneaking back into the main base, and hitting during the rain is pretty brutal. But units this time will be in to defend. A couple of villages will go down, but you want to be denying this. Pop villages out here, wall these units in, and then you can snipe them all. But Dirt Super Saiyan doesn't manage to do it. He does pick off a raiding cavalry or 2 for that little cheeky raid, as the Monument to the Soldiers finishes up. But Dirt Super Saiyan still not taking more of the map. And where to next, though, is the question for Jolly Man. We are seeing an attempt for Horus here, which I like, considering the current situation. He's got that extra rain. No, he doesn't have that extra rain here. Maybe if he didn't take that damage from that raid, he would have been okay. He's dropping another monument. He knows he wants that next rain, but can't afford it for the time being. Opting for another Migdol stronghold to try and secure this position here. Camel Rider, Spearman is the army composition of choice for Dirt Super Saiyan, as Frost gets dropped down, and Jolly Man says, well there, I see your army. It's not looking that spicy. Let me break through. We'll kill off your Migdol stronghold, and we're going to start going for this gold staff here. As now the villager differential has been equalized, and Jolly Man will have full control of the map. Nothing up on this top side to sort of lock this position off. I would have loved to see Jolly Man getting something up there earlier. A couple of longhouses or something around the gold mine would go a very long way. But nonetheless, Frost finished up, and Dirt Super Saiyan forgetting to delete this Migdol stronghold. He might not realize he's got the resources right now to go Mythic Age. As Dirt Super Saiyan says, no worries. I will simply just retreat and pull up to the top side. Meanwhile, a hill fort coming through. He does delete that, and now Horus is on the way. But Jolly Man, a huge advantage right now. he will have to dodge a tornado. That's the big one. Tornado is going to be scary. Horus Spearmen are coming. That's going to be scary. We see some slingers coming through as well, though there isn't access to the slings of the Sun Tech, so they're not going to be as strong, but he does have access to electron bullets. There's huge amounts of food in the bank as this one Shieldmaid Valkyrie going to start causing some problems here. There is a priest over here. He can turn and just shank. Not a big deal. Yes, the Shieldmaid Valkyrie is very strong here, but with both of the upgrades in, it's kind of enough. Just turn and fight, especially with the town center to help out. Meanwhile, into the main base, however, Dirt Super Saiyan under a lot of pressure. 190 pop to 167 pop. Mythic Age was cancelled? He cancelled the Mythic Age in favor of grabbing the town center. In favor of grabbing the town center, the army charging forward. Slingers are in. Dirt Super Saiyan needs to micro this one really well to win this fight. It's looking like he's able to do so. And Jolly Man having to pull back. It's a couple of portable rams coming through. The gold mine is secured on the top. Food situation also coming through. So many resources in the bank here for Dirt Super Saiyan. He could sell wood for gold here as well. A temple coming up. It's now the town center to come through for Jolly Man. You can come up to this side as well. Grab this settlement as well. A Super Saiyan pulling back into his main base. Still under a lot of pressure, but we are now seeing that Horus on the way. Meanwhile, Jolly Man actually having a little bit of trouble with his food. No, is he? Kinda. I think he's got so much food all over the map. He's moving around now. He needs to start farms and all the other good stuff. Another hill fort coming up onto the front here as Jolly Man is strangling Dirt Super Saiyan in this game. But one tornado could be everything. Oh, the rock raid idea here. I don't mind it from Dirt Super Saiyan. If you can get that onto something, get some damage done, get some distraction action, could be huge. Fortified town centers and Horus very close to completion here. Valkyrie charging over here. As the Slinger's going to be able to take out those heavy thrown axemen very, very quickly. The village is getting pulled off of the food here, deciding to now pull into the Migdol stronghold. Horus that little bit late here on the defense. To come to the defense here as the rock does pop over here looking for that raid. We see the tornado getting dropped down onto this position. He has to go for it as he drops it onto the units here, picking off a couple, but great split from Jolly Man. He pulls up to the top, pulls down to the bottom. Look at the favor situation. Very nice here for Dirt Super Saiyan, but he doesn't have the gold. He's got himself, he needs to get those upgrades in as soon as he possibly can. Meanwhile, Camel Riders actually die to the hill fort. The rock dies to the hill fort as the Camel Riders will come over here getting a little bit of a damage onto the dwarves over there. As Jolly Man not quite able to break through here just yet. There's in a couple of spearmen, but pulls back. Just a little bit of gold. There's no gold mines on the map that he can go to at the moment. The map control here from Jolly Man is just impeccable. Just impeccable. As Super Saiyan dives into his town center. Now we see Champion Spears, Spear of Horus, Greatest of the 50 coming through. Does Super Saiyan looking for this gold mine. He needs an answer for this hill fort, though. And Tira is now going to come in, and that's going to be an even more... That's going to be even more pain for this Ra economy. Potentially, like, the tornado onto this position would have been another sort of angle to go for. But nonetheless, Shieldman Valkyrie is coming through here, going to be sniping down these villages. As the Mythic Age pops here for Jolly Man. He drops that Thimble Winter coming through with all of the Frost Giants in the world here right now. A hefty amount of priests in as well. As the army of Jolly Man melting Dirt Super Saiyan. Dirt Super Saiyan with 0 gold in the bank right now. And he has to tap out as Jolly Man manages to convert the win with some incredibly well-played map control against the turtling Dirt Super Saiyan. You got to give credit where credit's due. That was an incredibly good opening. Dirt Super Saiyan almost brought this game back from that opening. In fact, I think he did. But then another great play from Jolly Man to counterattack gave him everything. I think if Dirt Super Saiyan had done the rock and escaped with those spearmen, I think this game would have been probably different. I actually think Dirt Super Saiyan was in a good, really, really good spot, but he just lost all those spearmen with that raid, and I think that's where things sort of went south. Because yes, you killed off all the villages, but you lost all the units, whereas Jolly Man killed off all the villages and kept his units alive. And that's where things can be, that's as simple as it can really be. But a well-played game from Jolly Man, leveling the series 1-1. We're moving to game number 3 and see how things are going to go. I'm pretty sure you can still play Retold on Game Pass. I think it's like $1 or something. Like or whatever it is. You can do it on Game Pass. I think it's still on there. Is Twitch chat really always going to be about balance? Like, can we not just give some credit where credit's due? Like, that was a well-played game by Jolly Man. It just was. Okay, we are Dirt Super in the left. This is correct. Yes. All right, let's go. Going. Tree Fitty on Game Pass. There you go. Alrighty, we're into game number 3. Dirt Super Saiyan, Jolly Man, 1 game apiece. It's a brutal series here. You play a best of 3, you have to win 2 games. That's the only chance you've got. There's no 5 games. There's no like a couple of games to get warmed up in this at all. So we'll see what these guys are going to come up with. We've got Zeus for Dirt Super Saiyan, and we've got Loki for Jolly Man. Game 3 on the unknown. No fish on this unknown, but some very nice water. I think this is all shallows as well, so you can walk over it. The only little bit of water you don't think you can is here. Huge amount of relics spawning around the outside of the map. Let's have a look. Gambantine, Odin's Wand. Making those temple upgrades cheaper. Over here we've got Wu Hao Bow of Huang Di. Ranged attacks. Give snare effect. Ula's bow, giving ranged bonus damage in the center of the map. Scales of Echidna, making myth units cheaper. Up to the top here, adamantine shingles, making houses stronger. And finally, Tale of Cerberus, making myth units' special attacks happen more often. Now, so far, it's been an incredibly good series. Both players have been playing very, very well. However, one thing that I'm noticing here from this unknown map is a very small amount of food in the main base. It's looking like there's only 800 food in the main base, which is very, very low. There's a hefty amount of chickens, a hefty amount of berries. But both players are going to have to move on to their secondary hunt while advancing to the classical age. There are some really, really brutal ways to play this. For example, if you go for a rush here, which is very easy, you know that you can scout out where the villages are going to go, and you can just have that Minotaur getting pressure, bolt a Hersa, kill off villages. It can be really, really strong here. Stir Super Saiyan now going up through Athena. Jolly Man's temple on the way. A little bit later. Much later. It might actually be important for Jolly Man and Loki here to be in the classical age much faster. But there is a lot of map to scout here. It's not a small map. So Der Super Saiyajin not currently knowing what's going on the other side of the map, but he will be moving up over here, grabbing his deer straight away. And I guess conversely here, like I was saying, you could send a Minotaur in to kill off the villagers, but Jolly Man could advance here fast with and got 3-4 Hersa out and be attacking this hunt right now, which could be a thing as well. Meanwhile, Goat's getting grabbed left, right, and center. Relic's getting grabbed as well for the Super Saiyajin. And Jolly Man getting the scout shenanigans out here. He sees the villagers in the main base. 5 on wood, 4 on gold. Does this mean town center? I don't think you can go for a town center here. These town centers are not ideal. There's a settlement in each one of the corners here. Kinda. It's a bit of a weirdly spawned map. These two town centers are very close to each other. You have to remember that the settlements spawn based on starting position, which makes it look like there's more town centers closer to, say, the Zeus player, but reality it's equal. This map should be an official map. Can you save this seed somehow? You can see the seed through the recorded game. Yep. It's now Der Super Saiyan getting his Pegasus out, looking for some stuff. A little cheeky wall over here. As Jolly Man is onto his secondary hunt over here, as well as both players just getting their economy going. It's going to be Hoplite Toxotes for Super Saiyan. No surprises there. Where are the heroes at? Looks like it's just a relic grabbing fest here. Both players are just grabbing relics all over the place. You got Scales of Echidna, Tail of Cerberus, Gambantine, Odin. Those are the 3 best relics to go for a crazy fast and a huge amount of bull minotaurs. Now you are playing against Loki, so do you want to do that against Loki? Maybe. But it could be an idea. As the wall's up over here, Toskopos will be spotting the hunting party. But so far, very, very defensive early game. I mean, both players realizing that they have to defend their hunt. So they just have to sort of sit here, get the wall set up, so that they can maybe start thinking about moving across the map. It's also a very, very defensive game, or not defensive, very, very large map, which does tend itself to a little bit of defensive shenanigans to kick the game off with. As Jolly Man now says, hello there, I'm ready to run into your main base. Villagers getting pulled. Great amount of damage here. Like, he doesn't pick anything off. You just have to do this and be happy. Like, if your opponent's going to pull their villagers like that when you run for a raid, you just go, fantastic, bye-bye. Don't need to stand there and take town center damage. Just take all the idle time and enjoy it. There's Jolly Man. Will he snipe the villager? Yes, he gets the villager. But is it worth it? Does he get out with his life here? Does he lose any Herso? Answer, no, he doesn't. And now he's out of there. Meanwhile, up onto this side, the raiding cavalry looking to break through over here, but the wall is already up. So he has to sort of knock that down there or run all the way around here, of which Super Saiyan will notice as the wall slowly starting to take some heat here. One villager to repair is not going to be enough. As the hoplites coming up, that's enough there for Jolly to say, all right, I'll leave. No worries. More units coming through over here. He's got that healing spring down, getting those Herso back up to a respectable amount of HP before saying, all right, let's leave. Let's go on the raids yet again. You can come hit the villagers on this food here. Obviously, if you can get around onto this, it's going to be ideal. We are now seeing that Labyrinth of Minnows tech, nice and cheap, 188 wood there, coming through. So it will be a very scary army coming for Jolly Man. Jolly Man does manage to snipe another villager. So far, the raids are working incredibly well for Jolly Man. Super Saiyan needing to play this incredibly defensive early game to sort of hold on. One thing that I would love to see from him, though, is sending his now Bull Minotaur off for his own raids. Come this way. Sneak this way. Get into here. Attack the villagers. Do something. Over onto this side. Cheeky little raid coming through as the Bull Minotaur gets caught out. Takes a hefty amount of damage there. This villager gets caught out as well. So many kills thus far as Jolly Man is just literally all over Super Saiyan. He can't defend both sides at once here, it's looking like. Town Center will manage to pick off a raiding cavalry there. That's a nice little snipe there from Jolly on the pullback. Gets that Minotaur there as well as the raiding cavalry yet again popping it up onto this side. Good defensive moves there from Super Saiyan. However, he's idle up to this spot. Over here he's losing a villager there as well. He's got to get his villagers back to work. Meanwhile, raiding cavalry coming up to the top side. Will he spot the villagers over here? He does have himself that Eyes in the Forest tech. And there he goes. That Eyes in the Forest tech manages to show him the villagers. But Bull Minotaur coming up here to attempt to defend this. And Jolly Man pulling into the corner here before getting out of here. Hoplites will get a little bit of a snaring action happening. The wall's still not quite up all the way here just yet for Super Saiyan, which means those raiding cavalry will get out of there. And continuing along, now Jolly Man says, "Okay, we've run on this way. Let's run in on this way." Villagers sitting idly by now for Super Saiyan. Needs to get over onto the herdables here. But so far, Jolly Man in a commanding position. Raiding Cavalry Herso is such an amazing Loki tool. I mean, it's good for the other Norse players as well. It's Thor, I guess, it can do it with the Herso Raiding Cavalry. But this is such an amazing tool because these guys moving around at 5.3 speed together, and they're able to deal with the Minotaur, they're able to deal with the Toxotes, they're able to tank the Hoplites with the Herso while the Raiding Cavalry do something else. There's so much opportunity for value here as the army now going to be charging in, taking out a house or two. Minotaur coming through. That's a little bit of a defense here. As meanwhile, over onto this side, Jolly says, hello there. Stops the houses from going up, snipes another villager. There is a 6 villager differential right now. Look at this problem here for Der Super Saiyan. He's just... We actually saw this in one of the lower... one of the classical age divisions, right? These raids just do so much to make a player's life difficult. Der Super Saiyan's macro in game 1 was clean AF, but Jollyman couldn't really get those raids off. This game, Der Super Saiyan's macro is all over the shop because these raids have been so effective. Meanwhile, gold mine about to expire. Now, if you are ever in this position, just throw down extra buildings. Get the units spent, or the resources spent into units. More military buildings. Spend, spend, spend. Jollyman, going braggy. Fitzbro, thanks for the raid, my friend. I hope your stream went well. It's the Herser. Poke forward. Pulling back. Houses going down. Minotaur. Popping over here. It's the raiding cavalry Herser. Getting out of this position for now. Nice little turnaround from Jolly. Gets onto those Minotaur. Good control there, though, from Der Super Saiyan, pulling back. But he sees the throw and action now and realizes, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That's a lot of units. In fact, it's about the amount of units differential that Der Super Saiyan has in the bank right now. If it had all those resources spent, his army would look very fierce. There is still a restoration available here, though. As the villagers coming up to this top gold mine. This is where things are going to get very, very challenging. What Jollyman can do is he can grab a wall or a hill fort. Doesn't matter. A wall, a tower, or a hill fort. Yeah, kind of. You can get a wall here, lock this off, a hill fort here, and then just rotate around, knock this down, kill this. Definitely important to get the wall as well, or at least some barracks around this thing so that the hoplites of Zeus don't just clean it up immediately. But nonetheless, a battle boar with a pack of raiding cavalry coming up to knock down the wall. He can swing around on the bottom side as well, out of sight, out of mind. There is a little pathway he can get through here. We'll see if he's going to manage to do it. Looks like he is. He has shown himself here. Pops over onto this side. Good pullback there from Der Super Saiyan. Dionysus on the way. And a portable ram is through here, though, for Jollyman. And Der Super Saiyan is about to feel a lot of pain as the army coming up here to defend against this tiny raid means his entire base is going to get opened. Huskal also coming through. These are unupgraded Toxotes. Good control through the town center to get some damage done. That's the Minotaur moving over here. And now Jollyman sees that and he says, all right, it's time to go with my raiding cavalry boars over onto this spot. Putting pressure onto the main position. And reaction, a bolt there onto the battle boars. The villagers turning around. There will be a bronze here. And a restoration. A bronze and a restoration. A second healing spring to come down. As Jollyman says, let me get full HP on my Deuterinos. As all the raiding cavalry do end up falling there. Full HP on my Deuterinos. And then we can go for a raiding. Then we can go for our flaming weapons push. But this is going to be bronze. It's going to be restoration. Versus flaming weapons. The difference is about 1,000, 1,200, 1,300 military resource value. Which is a hefty amount. Meanwhile, the raiding cavalry sneaking through here yet again. He gives it away a little bit. Nope. I don't think he attacked. But I'm pretty sure Super Saiyan noticed it there. That's another hill fort coming through. Jollyman, very smart here. Gets this set up while the raid hits. The army out of position to deny that. And then he's just going to be able to literally right-click on the town center. He's got the extra population here shooting. He's actually picking villages off underneath the town center as well. As a raiding cavalry get pushed back, but he doesn't lose anything. He's just gotten Super Saiyan out of position. Town center falls. Or is falling. It will fall. Village is going down as well. Super Saiyan has not managed one fight in this game. And Jolly Man is just in a ridiculously commanding position here. The Hersir turning in, ready to take the fight. Super Saiyan needs to click the button. He doesn't have everything here. He clicks bronze. Restoration to come through as well. It's a 4.5k army versus a 6k army. Jolly Man smartly says, I'll just retreat from that restoration. Thank you very much. And then we can turn and take the fight a little bit later underneath my healing spring. And Super Saiyan, for the moment, can't retreat. He has to take the fight underneath one hill fort, two hill fort. Jolly Man staying strong at 6k. He's got a second town center as well up as now. As the army of third Super Saiyan ends up fading. And Jolly Man claims the series in commanding fashion. But a close series, nonetheless, 2-1. Congratulations to Jolly Man. Incredibly well played game here in game number 3. Super Saiyan just could not quite stop the bleeding here against this Norse rampage. Funnily enough, I think maybe he spent too much time early game just grabbing relics, where the big advantage that I think Super Saiyan had here was that he advanced quick. This was a big deal. He advanced like 50 seconds before Jolly Man. If he'd gotten across the map immediately onto this hunt, he could have completely flipped how this game was going to go, and he could have been the one on the offensive. But didn't end up happening. Jolly Man gets the win. Takes the series. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, make sure you hit the follow on the Twitch. If on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button. We'll see you guys in the next game. Hope you guys enjoyed. Wow. Fun games. I think right now we're just gonna wait. Let me just have a little look-see at the schedule. I don't think there's anything coming up here. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot coming up. I think we'll just play some games. I'm gonna play some 1v1s. Oh, you're playing Apoy in 15 minutes? Alrighty, we are not going to be playing 1v1s. We will be casting Benny WR versus Apoy in 15 minutes. Fantastic. If that's the case, I'm going to take the shortest of breaks here, guys. I'll be back in 15 minutes for this game. I need to blow my nose, do all the other stuff. Feel free to peace out for 15, come back if you want to hang out and all the other good stuff, and chat, do that, but we'll be back in 15. Uts. We're about to be kicking off another series. We've done so many today. What a time to be alive. So thanks everyone for hanging out and waiting. And I know that 15 minutes is a long time, but that gave you an opportunity to get yourself set. It means no more going anywhere for the next hour or so. Well, that's one way to do a sneeze or two. Hope you guys enjoyed that. From work? Okay, well, you know, if you're going to work, but don't work hard. After sneezing. Holy moly. It's all going downhill for me. I'm just waiting for these guys to kick their game off. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Bless me. Bless you. All right. Let's see if they started. No. So we're going on to the first game on Tundra. Can we chat to YouTube? You can chat to YouTube. You guys can hang out. You guys can hang out if you like. There's no problems there. Are they going to kick off? They didn't ask for me, did they? Okay, well, some of them are ready. We'll see. You don't know Benny? What kind of a player is he? He's very, very strong. Benny WR. Benny WR. He is currently ranked or rated 1814. He is ranked 78. His highest rating ever is 1863, ranked 22. So, yeah, a very, very strong player indeed. Alrighty. Let's get this show on the road. Apoy's got the EE sauce. That's true. Saucy McSauce sauce. The thing is that with Apoy is I don't think he plays much ranked, right? Let me have a look. Apoy. Dodd Apoy. Apoy here. Apoy there, matey. He really hasn't played that many games. He's got like a little over 300 total Supremacy 1v1 games played. Which in the grand scheme of things isn't that many. How many do I have? I played a fair few. Got 937. That's a fair few. He plays team games, yeah. Team game crazy man. Oh, they have kicked off. Actually, how many? Does it tell me how many custom games I've played? What if I click here? No. If I tick all of this, will it work? I'm actually genuinely interested. I know we're starting this game, but I really want to see this. Hello? It doesn't work. Something's broken. We're about to cast this game. I'm sorry. Joebot is broken. All right. All right. Let's jump over here. Let's do this. Come on, guys. Let's get serious here. And we're back with another game of the Athenian League in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Odin. Currently flying across the map because we did not hit the pause button and then the play button. Now it's all fixed. We do have Benny WR, the world record Benny. I don't know. Nonetheless, Apoy on the right-hand corner of the map is our ISIS player. And yeah, we're still in the group stages of this shenanigans. So it's going to be a fun one here to watch how these guys are going to match up. I do love the ISIS pick on this map. ISIS is so good on Tundra because a lot of the problems well, not really the problems, but when you're playing on Tundra with Isis, you know that you're going to have double hunt, which allows you to just do whatever you really want early game. You can fast heroic off of 1 TC, get a nice heroic age push going. You can go for a nice barracks play. You can go for a new bites. You can kind of do it all. You can go for Sphinx, whatever you feel like. And also on the other side, Odin player with double hunt in his main base can do exactly the same. Also has that great hunt in the classical age to pop that down and get some extra hunt otherwise that he otherwise wouldn't have. So this is going to be a very interesting one. I have seen a little bit of a poi already in this tournament. We have seen a little bit of a poi in this tournament. You know, he's got a pretty mean Isis. He does love the classical spam. He loves the spamming, pumping those out, trying to put the pressure on. We'll see if Benny can manage it. Let's have a little look-see at the relics. Up on the top here, we do have that Tail of Cerberus. Special attack recharge time minus 25%. Over here, we've got Armor of Achilles with that vulnerability to hack minus 5%. In the center of the map, there is Oseberg Wagon. Movement speed of the caravans plus 10%. And finally, on the bottom of the map, there is Pandora's Box. Minus 15% for the myth units there. So, I mean, we really can't gauge much about what the players are doing early game here. They can literally choose whatever they want later. You're going to make the picks. We see actually 2 monuments up for a poi. So this does sort of indicate he's going to go for some myth units in the classical age. He might not. There is another angle here where you go for double monuments into a very early prosperity. And then as soon as the prosperity comes off of cooldown, you can drop it again. Because it's a 120, it's 2 minutes, right? If you have the 2 monuments down nice and early, you drop prosperity going to the classical age, pump out a whole bunch of priests, grab a talent center, drop prosperity again as soon as you can, because you have that 60 favor, and you can just get a huge amount of economy going. But it is a surefire way to expire your gold mine as fast as possible. Tail of Cerberus, good with Eclipse. Yeah, I think they do stack. I don't know if it's I don't think it's a multiplicative. I don't think it's I don't know. I don't know what the math is. Someone else smarter than me has to work that out. But it does. It definitely does stack. You get both. Now relics starting to get grabbed up, and it will be Anubis for Apoy, and it will be Freya for Mr. Benny WR. As Apoy's obelisks spammage getting somewhat shut down. There's 3 obelisks right onto this one position. Really interesting for him to have done this. He's got so many obelisks up already, getting good knowledge of everything on the map, so he sees what's coming his way. Classical Age is in for Benny, as he is just going to be leaving the Valkyrie at home for now. Well, realistically, what he should be looking for here is either 1, sniping of the obelisks, or 2, trying to track where the temple is, so that when the Anubite pops out, you can sort of track that and snipe it when it gets a little bit too far across the map, or if it jumps into your main base, just kill it off. As the double barracks coming through here for Apoy. No surprises here. We were talking about that this is something he was going to do. He loves the barracks units. He's very, very good at it. It's going to be a Nubites. It's going to be spearmen. Probably some slingers at some point. Very, very strong opening strategy. Now, one idea here for the Odin is actually to try and race out a nice quick heroic age with just a handful of Hersa, like let's go 10 Hersa or something. And you can look to snipe down animals outside of your base, and you could look to go for a double great hunt here in your main base as an idea. And you can just stay there forever on that hunt. And then you can get heroic age, you can get access to a frost, you can get access to your hill forts, and you can play a nice game where that's concerned. But nonetheless, Benny dropping his longhouse, doing all of his other shenanigans here. A little cheeky patrol going on from Benny. Love it. As Benny wanders forward, going to start sniping some elk over here as the triple Anubites are out and about. They are searching for a little something to do. As an obelisk gets spotted. But the Anubites are actually here to defend. Will they get a raiding cavalry snipe here? Maybe? No? Not quite. So now Benny really needs to get his Hersa. Well, not necessarily his Hersa over here onto the Anubites, but he needs to get that Valkyrie up here such that you can actually deal with this. You can chase the Anubites down with raiding cavalry, get some snaring in there, but the Valkyrie is so good at dealing with all that stuff. As the Spearman coming over here, putting a little bit of defense onto this one. Walls coming up onto this side as the raiding cavalry kind of have to turn around here and get out this way. Or drop Forest Fire here, which I think you can. It looks like you can. The monuments are not big enough. They're not big enough to protect this, but he will just do a little ring around the rosy and get out of here as Apoi's Spearman numbers are starting to build here. Meanwhile, into the main base, a cheeky little serpent's coming down. Benny not really controlling this all too well. He's got the Ursa there to take out the Anubites. He'll be able to pick off one. But he does lose some villagers for it as the raiding cavalry pulling over onto this side. Those spearmen are scary. A really nice little attack here, but Serpents is now down. There is a bit of a villager differential now cooking up here as well, though, which is going to be somewhat of a problem for Benny moving forward. But he's gotten rid of that god power. He does have Forest Fire himself. So if we take in a little look-see at a place where maybe that could be a thing, is like the army coming in over here, catch them out on this forest, using this forest as some defense, using this forest as some defense. But right now, the army situation for Benny is looking pretty decent. Charging up to the top here. He's got a healthy amount of Valkyrie, sniping Aurochs all over the place. We will be seeing the Dizablot technology coming through to make those Valkyrie even stronger. However, it is strictly raiding cavalry versus Valkyrie at the moment. And we now see the first movement outside of the base here for Apoi. He's going to come over here and grab this already slain elk. So that's the slightest bit of niceties for Apoi. On the one hand, he's not going to be able to have all of the elk super efficient. But on the other hand, he doesn't have to kill them. So where he loses stuff, he gains stuff. Has a couple of Anubites diving through the main base here. Not managing to pick anything off. And they will escape. If these raiding cavalry were back here, he could easily prevent those from getting back home. Which could be a big deal. But still, for Benny, one thing that he hasn't gone for just yet, which is worrying me, is a lack of thrown axemen. Berserks coming through is an idea. The Berserks do get a little something with this technology. I forgot what it's called. Hamask. I haven't seen it coming through. Hamask is an idea here because it's bonus damage versus myth units. As the Forest Fire gets dropped down, that will allow Benny a little bit of an angle onto these villages. He does spot them. Apoi making a big mistake here. Going to be dropping a couple of villages right now. And not a couple, a healthy amount of villages at the moment. As the Spearmen coming through, raiding cavalry will pull back. And he's also running over the Forest Fire as well. Loses a handful of priests there. A little bit of damage onto the priests over here as well. You can't heal those back up, but that is a brutal Forest Fire. As Benny WR, a man after my own heart, imagined it. He imagined it into existence. Spoke it into existence. He saw the option. He goes, all right, let's make it happen. Not wasting it on the main base. Gets huge value there. Still is behind on villagers at the moment, but keeps himself in a very competitive spot right now. There are 4 thrown axemen out, however, to 20 spearmen. That's terrifying. That is terrifying. As an obelisk coming up for Apoi. And now Benny says it's time to take the fight. Can he win this fight? He doesn't have any upgrades on the raiding cavalry. He's taking it while the medium raiders are on the way. Lost a lot of units thus far. Throwing Axeman getting taken out by the Slingers over here. The differential in military favors Benny as he cleans the Apoy ISIS army up with one foul swoop. And Benny manages to find the dub here with some very, very cheeky play. A lot of this came down to the forest fire on this position, I think. A lot of this came down to that one forest fire. Got so much value there. Take a look at the military differential here as Benny just gets out of control. I'm not exactly sure where that went. Apart from the forest fire, I'm not exactly sure where that went so south for Apoy. I mean, he's actually kind of close to equal on resources here as well. I think it just had to be just lost a few too many units. Anubites going down, all that stuff. Maybe not the best control in the fight. And not having all of the resources spent. Probably could have had an armory up and had some armory upgrades through. If you take a look at what Benny's got. He's got himself the medium throwing axeman. He got the rating upgrade in midway through the fight. Did have some impact. But a well-played game there from Benny. Taking game number 1. We'll move into game number 2. And see how it goes. Benny gets the dub. All right, let's see if we can find this game. Lobbies, customs. All right. Whoa. What are the ratings of those two players? I believe it's... Well, one player is in the top 100 and the other player is in the top 200. So they're both pretty high rated. See if we can find this this Gimmicky game. It is one of those ones where we have to wait for the players. It's a community run tournament, so everything has just a little bit of time between it all. Hey. Alrighty. Whoa. There's a code there. Thank you. Good luck. Have fun. All right. Well, we'll see what Apoy is going to be able to come up with in game number 2. Benny did dispose of that ISIS pretty well. I think that Apoy kind of wasted his serpents in that game. I think that was the big mistake. Sort of throwing it onto the gold mine and getting a tiny bit of economic advantage rather than using it in your army against your enemy army to control a position. That's kind of the big difference there. We're going to Mediterranean. We've seen some good games on Mediterranean this tournament, I think. Alrighty, another game, another you, another me in the right-hand corner. We will be having Apoy Daramati playing as Zeus. In the left-hand corner of the map, we've got Benny playing as Hades. So we are onto the map Mediterranean, yes. So I think this might be Apoy's... That's why I'm making the joke. This is Apoy Daramati's home map. He loves this map. He loves a good Mediterranean. Good for some fishing, good for some boat fighting, good for some Zeus playing. A couple of relics on the map that sometimes have a little bit of feature. We've got that Dark Scepter making farms cheaper, making a bit of a land transition possible. Girdle for Poets are over here, making those ranged soldiers a bit stronger, in the HP area. Armor of Achilles, making inventory have a little bit more survivability. But this relic over here is the big one. Oseberg Wagon. Now, oftentimes... Oh my god, I'm dying. Oftentimes, Mediterranean can result in some very, very long games, drawn-out games, especially when it's in the Greek mirror. Now, it can also end in some very brutal games that finish super quickly. But... yeah, you've got that one idea of, if this game goes super long, what if we also get this relic, and now all of a sudden your caravans are going to be the big advantage. So this relic is actually going to be, I feel like if things go the way they're supposed to and both players play really, really well, the game will go late, and this could be an equalizing relic for the late game, where normally Hades has probably got the edge late game because he's got access to the stronger archers over stronger infantry, which is a little bit less impactful. Stronger buildings as well for the Hades, stronger myth units as well for the Hades. But this relic here boosts that gold income up by so much. There could be that equalizing factor. So we'll see how things are going to go. But more importantly is, how well do these guys know this map Mediterranean? You need to have your build order down. You got to have your water micro down, and you got to do all of the right things. Do I think there'll be a World Cup on AOM with one player per country? I mean, it could be possible, for sure. I don't know, though. Benny grabbing a couple of pigs, sending them back home. And Apoy grabbing a couple of pigs as well. And sending them back home. They might actually high-five each other. Two pigs high-fiving each other. And a dream. As Classical Age coming in for both players at exactly the same time. And Apoy goes, I am going to split my villages up. I don't know if this is that... I don't think I would actually do this versus Greek here. Reason being is you're spending the resources on the wood here for the storehouse. And this wood line is more than good enough, but you only have to leave your hero here to defend against any myth units. I've got some docks coming up for Apoy. I haven't heard anything of a team game tournament, no. Maybe we'll see another community sort of tournament. We got Chrono JJ doing this Athenian League. Maybe there's going to be something from Dodd to do like a team game type tournament at some point. I know they were mentioning it a while ago, so they might go for it. As Pentaconda coming out for Benny. And he is ready to put some pressure on. We got the Pentaconda coming out for Apoy, as well as a cheeky little Juggernaut. So an interesting opening here, actually, from Benny, just deciding, let's just go for a couple of Pentaconda. He's also waiting it out, waiting for Apoy to come forward, and he's going to be able to chase down a potential Juggernaut here. If he just drags those fishing ships back, drops out with his own boats, and charges down onto the Juggernaut, he might be able to find himself somewhat of an early game advantage here. As the Pentacontas coming through, though it is 2 Pentacontas each now and 2 Juggernauts. Benny not able to find that advantage we were speaking of. Meanwhile, Benny just getting some good shots off, and Apoy has to play very safe. And this is the thing here. In this side of a mirror, realistically here, when you're poking, one idea is to split your Juggernauts up, move forward, poke fishing ships if your opponent's going to be playing like this, leave your units behind it, and then you do a little formation technique to get everyone back into the right little spot. And you can continue to just push in and snipe fishing ships while your opponent's sitting defensively at home. But this is working out well so far for Apoy. Gets 1 fishing ship snipe before pulling back. There is also going to be a restoration for both players. So losing a little bit of HP is not the biggest of deals, as long as you don't lose anything. As the Juggernaut goes down. Another Juggernaut looking like it's going to be going down. But Apoy is sitting very aggressively underneath these docks as he clicks. As we do see restoration for Benny, Apoy pulls back, drops his own restoration here. So he's charging in, trying to get as much value as he possibly can, but the docks are getting so much damage here, though they are actually attacking the wrong ship. That Juggernaut here is not what you want. You want to be hitting the Apoy Pentacontas, as Apoy looks like he's managed to find a significant advantage at this point. Both players haven't used their restoration. Apoy comes out significantly in front. Did I miss a Minotaur or something? There's this Minotaur running around. I feel like I missed the Minotaur. I think there was some Minotaur shenanigans and yeah. These fishing ships getting taken out. Does manage to snipe another one. Died in Hades basic, my bad. Benny now making a transition away from the water, is onto food here. And we'll see exactly what type. He's going for an armory and an archery range and an archery range. Exactly what type of transition here. Now, the gold mine here will be expiring a little bit later. This is a little bit too early to be actually losing water, because there's so much time here for Apoy, for the winner of the water, to just spam fishing ships and get themselves sorted out. And you also see the Oseberg wagon coming in as well there for Apoy. Very nice relic. Yeah, there are a lot of low HP villages. I don't think he lost any, though. It was a good defense on the side of Benny. But Benny now says it's time for Apollo, as he finishes up on the chickens there. And I guess one idea here is to move forward here, Underworld, from this side over to this side, and get some sort of a gold dive started. Military Academy, archery range coming through. Apoy's going to be going for a town center. No surprises there. And the villagers to make their way out over onto this food. Katoska boss. A little bit of shanks. And Benny should know the town center's going up here, having lost that Katoska boss. But still, town center comes up. And this makes life a little bit challenging for Apoy. Now, one other option here is to just wall this off here and then do the same move, which is Underworld from here over to here. That way you can kind of block everything off and maybe get a gold staff going, maybe pull this game back a little bit. There's some military academies coming up. And I guess one option here for Benny is because he's going Heroic Age, he could get out some extra Skylar, but he has not built a single one on favor. Hasn't put a single villager on favor, so he's got 0 favor in the bank. We'll be missing out on his upgrade here as well. Is Benny charging forward? Sitting onto this spot's going to be a little bit tough here. As these naval ships can just sit here and just deny as well. But with the town center up, what is the game plan for Benny? He's got his Skylar. He's sitting over here. He's playing up against 2 town center Apoy with fish control. Economy is absolutely gigantic for Apoy. He's playing for the Heroic Age as well now. Not going greedy onto a 3rd town center. Units getting sniped as they're wandering into the fight as well is not ideal. And now a couple of villagers onto favor for the potential of a fortress to get slammed down here to try and just break through this spot. Benny looking to break through the Apoy wooden wall. He can't really swing around here either. This is such a nice town center and building position from Apoy. There's very little that can be done here. The Skylar from Benny going to be going down as well. As Benny's saying, it's time to charge forward. Can drop that fortress down if he wants to now as well, but there's just it's going to be such a difficult ask for Benny to keep this 1 town center dream alive and getting damage done. He needs to just get damage done, but I think Apoy has just defended everything beautifully thus far. Meanwhile, Apoy sends a villager forward. What are you doing, my friend? Where are you going? Like, seriously, where are you going? Oh, you're just hanging out here? Wall's coming up onto this side. You can wall off this town center as well. You might even be able to wall this town center off in the back there. Walling off the walls. I love that. Look at this. You got a little Y built, but that's going to be no access at all. As Benny WR dropping his fortress on the front. Apollo is in. And there's 2 options now for Apoy to just put Benny in a really tough spot. One is go Heroic Age. No, go Mythic Age. Get that Plenty Vault and just go full send to fully upgraded units. The other one is to actually just go for a full army and then just Underworld. Force a defensive Underworld, then there's going to be no options for Benny to do much. However, Benny's got his fortress up. He can make some Petropoli here and start sieging this position. There's no fortress up for Apoy just yet. He doesn't have the wood for it. He does have the favor, but no wood. Getting himself all his upgrades first and foremost. But there is somewhat of a timing here for Benny to get some serious damage done. Army-wise, this army is actually pretty good for Benny. There's cheeky little Pegasus coming down onto this spot, doing a bit of a patrol on those gold mines, making sure nothing goes astray. Fortress coming up for Apoy as well. 2 Petropoli are out. There is also the Sentinels to come down. However, we will see a bit of an underworld to come through here as Apoy coming in. He's got those Pacifists queued up, bolt onto the Chimera as the Fortress now getting shot up. Military buildings going down. 3 Petropoli over here. He could have popped them into the underworld passage to try and snipe this one, but not going to happen. Fortress gets completed. Not really that many villagers going down, and Benny not able to really force all too much there. And now Apoy's got underworld for himself with no good answer for Benny. And yeah, Benny's macro has gone out the window now. He's got 0 villagers on food. He's got some aurochs over here. He's got some wolves and berries over here, but he is full send at this point in this heroic age. He's just not going to be able to get much done. Hephaestus now on the way. Military buildings getting spewed up here from Apoy. His economy is absolutely stonking at this point. As the military academy going down. Oh, and even to add insult to injury, the Juggernaut's able to hit the market over here as well. But Town Center has been taken out. Apoy losing that. That's the first kind of significant loss here for Benny. Benny waiting it out. He's going Hera now. He's decided, you know what? Screw it. I don't need no Hephaestus. I got all the economy in the world. Let me just go Hera, a lightning storm the army, and then what? But he charges forward. A Fortress getting shot up. 1 Petropolis left in the army to try and take out the Fortress. Villagers getting shot down here by the enemy Fortress, and Benny has to pull back. Army-wise, looking like Apoy is more than capable of holding at this point. He is short on gold. He's got 1,200 here remaining. But he's moved over onto this position as well. He does have this already walled off as well. And this is, I mean, this is going to be tough. What else can Benny do? He drops Sentinels. He has to hope Apoy makes some pretty significant mistakes in this game. But he's respecting it and says, I don't think Apoy will make those mistakes. He taps out. And the series is tied up 1-1 as we're moving into a game-deciding Game 3 on the Unknown. We had a lot of fun on the Unknown here, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll get into that game number 3 and see how it's going to go. A really well-played game here from Apoy, though. Dominated the water fight. Played a great defense against what was coming from Benny. And that was all she wrote. So we get into game number 3 and see if Benny can bounce back or if Apoy can take his win and run with it. All right. Oh. Let's get game 3 on the way. And we've been casting for like a solid nearly 4 hours while I'm half dead. Jeepers. I'm going to go blow my nose once more as we get into game number 3. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Excuse me. We're back and we're ready to go. Kinda. Ugh. Do-do-do-do-do-do. We're almost into game 3. Apologies for the wait. Obviously, these players want a slight break between games. That is fair and reasonable. And we are actually able to jump in now, so let's go. We've got who's on the left? Apoy on the left. And welcome back to the Thunderdome. As in the left-hand side of the map, we have Apoy playing as Set, and we have Benny playing as Thor. I call it the Thunderdome because look at the map. We're in a bit of a dome. So both players pretty close to each other. There are gold mines around the outside of the map as well. There's gold mines in the inside of the map. There's food, tons and tons of elk here. Nice food down the bottom. A whole bunch of walrus over here for both players in the corner. There's ways through on the side here. This is an absolutely insane map for the unknown. After playing, after watching this, it's just giving me a real hankering to just play a whole bunch of the unknown games and just enjoy that. Because these all look really fun. Got a cheeky relic here. We've got the Feather of Bafang. Human soldiers getting bonus damage versus buildings. Over here we got this relic here, the Dwarven Calipers. Which is going to be siege, food, wood, gold cost going down. We've got the Osberg wagon over here, making the movement speed of the caravans go up. And also cheaper. And finally, Canopic Jar of Imp City, making those infantry units train even faster. A great relic for both players there, but specifically for Apoy. Now, we did already see one game of this. Kind of. Which was Isis versus Odin on Tundra. And Benny came out on top there. Now we're Set versus Thor on a sort of weirdish unknown. I'm not exactly sure what to relate this to because there's so many different places to go for gold. It's going to be really hard to just kind of end a game here. I think this game, if played well, won't be finishing anytime soon. This is going to be a grueling game, most likely. As another monument to soldiers, or a monument to soldiers, coming up here onto the front. Apoy going for kind of a similar opening to what he did with the Isis. Isis, however, obviously has Flood of the Nile, has the cheaper obelisks, get the vision in, and Set's going to be getting a whole bunch of animals. But we'll see what Benny can come up with. He does open up with that Dwarven Armory, no surprises. In a map like this, like I really want to see Thor players going for it, but it's such a YOLO strat that I don't think it's ever going to be something we see like commonly. But no Dwarven Armory advance with like through Freya, and you just like get the double what are they called? Valkyries, and you just go and create havoc in your opponent's base. Lots of fun. As Elks have set. Coming through. We'll have the 4 SETI for Benny. So he's not going Freya. We'll have that 4 SETI though. As the temple is now up. And I imagine this is going to be Anubis. Very surprised if it was anything other than Anubis. As Apoy does pick that Anubis up there. A nice advance time for both players. Actually quite late, no, for the set. Is there a reason for that? Double monument? I guess. Also seeing some sweaty... Nope, no sweaty empowerment. I think this is just a mistake from Apoy here. He's empowering that monument to the villagers, wanting a lot more favor in. But missing out on the dumping of that food into the granary. As there is that classical age for Benny. And he can decide whatever he wants to do now. He's got Hunt over here. He can wall this off. He's got the Walrus over here. He can wall this off. He's got so much food. He's got a gold mine back here as well. So he can play an incredibly defensive game. I mean, if he wanted extra favor, it'd probably be better off to empower this monument, no? Anyways, a couple of barracks coming up. No surprises there, as the villagers will make their way over to grab the Gazelle and Auroch on this spot. And the priest continues to away, taming the wild elk to take them back home. I'm kind of feeling like this approach from Rapoy might not be 100% accurate. He probably should be going for a town center here. Because this is going to be fully walled up Benny, and he is going to be playing an incredibly powerful defensive Thor here. As the Anubite charges forward, we'll see the gold mine there, but it's getting sent packing at the moment. But nonetheless, Spearman on the way. I wouldn't be surprised to see like a quick heroic age here either. There's another way through. I was talking about it with the Odin is to go for a quick heroic age and you get access to like Godi and things like that. But with Thor, if you go for a quick heroic age, then you get the Dwarven Mine, 3,000 gold. You get the second Dwarven Mine, 50 favor for another 3,000 gold. And that can be enough to get you through, get you past any of the crazy power spikes that Egyptian has. And then you can kind of just play a game. But nonetheless, wall's coming up over here for Benny WR. Thank you for the Twitch Prime, Sir Fortescue 97. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. As Apoy wandering over this way. Raiding cavalry for Benny. Searching down to the bottom side of the map. Looking to put some pressure over here. But there is a lot of animals here. So this is totally fine. If he wants to like turn around and just fight this, the animals die kind of underneath the granary anyways. Not the biggest of deals, but the army is out of position. Moving over here. Apoy needs to not be losing villagers here. He loses one. These raiding cavalry are hurting. Turns around, starts shanking finally as medium raiders comes through. The defensive spearmen to come through and get a little bit of kills here as well. One raiding cavalry down. Wait, is it? It's 1 HP to dream. It is down. This one will not be falling to any sort of poison though. He gets out. Oh, no, he doesn't. That one's going to die. Gets 2 raiding cavalry for that 1 villager pick. Over here as well. Boy, not quite able to snipe that other raiding cavalry as it's going to be pulling up to the top side here. The gold about to expire on this side. Villagers will make their way over onto this gold mine. He can spread those villagers both ways if he wants to. Up to here and over to here. No problems. As the armory market coming up. And yeah, this game, you really got to start thinking about what comes next here. Because Benny is in a fantastic position to defend anything coming his way. But so too is Apoy. He's got walls coming up here. He's got the wall over here. He's got a beautiful gold mine. He's got that walrus there. He's got the gold over here. He's got the deer here. A couple of walls, and he's going to be very, very defensive as the Anubites coming through, going to be jumping over here. And the first kind of significant raid onto Benny does begin here. There's one dwarf falling. Two dwarfs, no, just the one dwarf falling. Doesn't want to sacrifice too much HP there or a potential kill as he does pull out. Goes over the wall. Meanwhile, over onto this side, raiding cavalry can start sniping obelisks and all the other good stuff. There's a cheeky little obelisk coming up here for Apoy, but that will get spotted by Benny. He's going to be able to take out the priest. Apoy not paying attention there, and that priest is a goner. Nice snipe. 100 gold down the drain. Spearman, will they be able to get a revenge kill or something here? Yes, he gets one. That's going to be a good little trade there. Priest for a raiding cavalry, no problems. Sure, it was a low HP raiding cavalry, but still getting that kill is well worth it. And also more damage onto each of those raiding cavalry is pretty big. Meanwhile, Benny now looking for a little bit of a raid with those berserks, but Apoy just has so much vision here in this game, and those Anubites will put that berserk raid to rest, get that sent back home. Might also lose a berserk over here. Maybe not able to stop that one from getting out of here. Surprised because they do have 5 speeds. So, and anyways, oh, I love this double wall in now. That's so smart. The double wall. Bait the Anubites over here into this position. You might want to put it a little bit further back, though, so that they don't see it when they walk up to the wall. But anyways. Small barracks on the way. We got a couple of raiding cavalry getting cancelled there, actually. Doesn't want to go for them. Looking maybe for a heroic age. He is grabbing himself both Hammer of Thunder and bronze weapons. So he can cancel both of those. Some Hersers, a couple of Herser to come through. Another barracks for Apoy. There is also the visions. Does he have the upgrade? He does. So he can continue to drop vision everywhere. There is also the option of running around this way, which hasn't been attempted just yet to get on top of those dwarves. But the game is very, very tense right now. Anubites sitting, waiting, watching. And Orok of Set getting sniped up as the Anubites diving forward. Benny not wanting to sacrifice those raiding cavalry, but he's taking a huge amount of damage there. As the Herser come through and say, excuse you, please leave. There are a hefty amount of Herser out as well for Benny, so he can actually get a decent amount of favor in to make a whole bunch of trolls. Which can be another really good counter to what Apoy is building here. The Bragi, the heroic god of choice, whereas Benny, not Benny, but Apoy, he's got 4 barracks, but look at how many units are in these barracks. 4, 4, 4, 4. Short houses as well. He probably could be going to the heroic age himself here, to be honest. Now Apoy out of food for the time being, retreating those villagers into his main base to eat up some Aurochs, Walrus, and all the other good stuff. We see a cheeky little vision into the main base here. Just seeing what's going on. Priest going down over here as well. He has to know something is up. He sees the amount of units here and goes, well, I mean, it's a hefty amount of units, but is it more than I've got? Kinda. But still the defense rages on here. The gold mine will be expiring soon, but then there will be the dwarven mine that can come through and give just a little bit more life on this spot. As the temple getting absolutely dominated here, actually. These Anubites hurt. There's a lot of them. Sniping a dwarf here. As Benny looking for a fight at this point. It's a little bit on the early side. But he says no worries. He will have that flaming weapons in. Plague of Serpents also available. The backside going down incredibly quickly there too. Those Anubites diving in. Flaming weapons gets dropped. No Plague of Serpents for Apoy here. And I think that this army is just going to get evaporated. What is Apoy thinking? He just goes, let's attack. Let's faceplant into the Norse army underneath the town center. Force the flaming weapons, but not run. And now, all of a sudden, Benny is in a ridiculously good position. And Benny doesn't, Apoy doesn't have watchtowers up. He doesn't have many military buildings here. He's only got 4 barracks, which is just not enough. Realistically, here you've got 50 villages. You almost need like 6 or 7 barracks at this point. And Benny almost knows this here. He's going straight after the infrastructure. If he can knock those down, it's going to be very, very tough for Apoy. Meanwhile, the raiding cavalry for Benny coming up onto the top side, looking for a little something. He can break through over onto this side. But Apoy can keep fighting here because he's got very safe resources all over the place. But he's going to get caught out of position here. Charges for. There are only 10 axemen. Plague of Serpents now getting dropped down onto this spot. Lots of idle units actually sitting here for Benny. They're not coming into the fight. But I don't think that Apoy's got the numbers here. Or does he? Plague of Serpents doing a lot of work here. Lots of units queued up for Apoy. Same two on the other side for Benny. Both players just going spammy, spammy, spammy. But it looks like Apoy loses yet another army in this game. And at this point now, Benny just needs to kind of consolidate the position. Because, I mean, this map here will kind of allow Apoy to just keep on spamming units out. So what Benny probably needs to think about is, okay, well, let's get our town centers. Let's get our hill forts up. Let's just lock the map up with walls. We see a great halls coming down all over the place. Maybe you can look for a big push through the main base here, but that's a little bit risky against Set. With all the favor in the bank there as well for Benny. He can spam gold mines to no end. He's also moving into the center to grab this gold mine here. Up to 175 population. Meanwhile, Spearman coming over onto the right side. Sniping some dwarves. Jabby, 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 pokey, pokey, pokey. This is the kind of thing that Apoy will need to try and bring this game back, is catching Benny out here. Sniping units, not taking losses. But he's throwing his spearmen away, losing all of those. Onto this side, however, is this fight going well for Apoy? It kind of is. There's really not that many units there. Lots of berserks up to the top. Can Apoy keep getting good raids in at the moment, though, is the big question. A big fat That's a lot of battle ball there. And the temples were killed off. There's literally 2 priests here. There is a pharaoh available to get brought over. He's going to need it. As a hill fort coming down, troll comes through. Dwarves spreading out onto multiple different gold mines for the time being. There's actually 0 food income for Benny here. I mean, he's got food kind of all over the place. Does he know? He's got no idea. He's got no idea. Nonetheless, Apoy now sees the hill fort, and he's just got so many units queued up here. I can't overstate how much this slows you down in a game of Age of Mythology. However, Apoy has managed to get back up to full population, but armory-wise, he's behind in a big way here. Hillfort is in as well. Priest coming forward. Huge amount of battle ball. More priests coming in. The Pharaoh needs to be brought forward. Spearmen over here are distracting nicely as Apoy is actually breaking through on this spot. Population-wise, he's managed to take the pop down quite drastically here. As Benny has to get out of here. Priest taking out the trolls on the back. There are a handful of berserks coming through. Not really any frontline, not much frontline remaining. He's still fighting underneath the hill fort. As he's losing a lot of units here. Population differential still very, very close. The battle ball spammage continues to come through. But after all is said and done, Benny holds on that fight. And Apoy is back to square one, where he needs to spam out another army. Villager differential is equal here, though. Farms coming down. I almost would prefer to see Apoy bringing his Pharaoh back and spamming Gazelle instead of putting farms down at this point. But because he's not like making a Nuvites isn't really going to help you. There's Goaty. What else are you going to spend the favor on? Why not save on the gold on the farms? Trade-wise, you can't really buy food here either. Hasn't been sold. Look at the army coming through for Benny. This is a ridiculously high-quality army. 6, 7 battle ball. Ready to charge forward here. As the spearman charging up to the top. He will spot some dwarves here. Get a little bit of kills. Charging underneath these double hill forts is not what you want to be doing in the position of Apoy, but he will be getting some serious damage done onto those villagers up to the top, but Benny notices it. Not fooled by the double attack. In fact, the double attack, very, very poor indeed. The battle ball now going to be able to start pushing through. The portable rams coming in, and this looks like it might be too much for Apoy here, as Benny's Thor looks to be taking this game and taking this series. The Pharaoh joining in. Villagers pulled off the farms to start shanking, but it is too little, too late. As the Pharaoh goes down, the town center goes down, and Apoy has to be looking to resign at this point because there is nothing left that he can do here in this game as he taps out and Benny finds the dub. GG, well played there from Benny. A great defense from that pressure. He had such a fantastic map, but Apoy just sort of really wanted to force the issue so hard. I feel like the simple solution here for Apoy was, well, if you're going to turtle up this hard, right, let's just drop a town center. Or this one. Drop this town center. No problems. Force Benny to be the one to attack. But even then, when he attacked in onto this spot, when the Heroic Age hits the Flaming Weapons, just run. Like, just run. Cut your losses. You're able to keep fighting. You can see how hard the set can keep fighting afterwards, but he just lost every single unit on that attack. Look, he goes from 4,000 down to 1,200 with that flaming weapons. If he goes from 4,000 down to like, I don't know, let's just say 3,000 here, that's probably a reasonable amount of losses on the retreat. Then he can just rebuild back up. He can be back up to this number way sooner, and he can look for a fight after flaming weapons. But nonetheless, a well-played game from Benny. Solid play. If you guys enjoyed, make sure you hit the follow button, subscribe button, and all the other good stuff. We'll see you in the next game. Oh God, I just want to be able to breathe. All right, let's play some games now. Someone come play me. I'm ready. Schmack. Give me 1 second. Maiden just finished watching Shogun, and I have to tell him what some stuff means. Suru is the doing verb. The doing verb, yeah. Mashta is... a little more complex, but it is the past form of must. And basically just decoration for a sentence ending with a verb. You use it in polite Japanese. Suru is the plain doing verb. Ha! I have heard of Shogun. Okay, I got there. I did see Maiden in the chat, so I thought I'd say it out loud while I wrote it. Anyways, let's play. Well played, Apoy. Alrighty, we've got Loki versus Hades. I feel like I played a lot of Loki recently. What's the map? Error. Okay. I think we go for this this pickaxe here early on. I wonder if we go 4 SETI or not. I mean, I think we're just going town centers on this map. This map is such a difficult map to get things done with. Or I could go for some ridiculous forward temple thing and make his life really, really sad. Good relic there. So if we come this way and we take a look at this town center at the back, probably not going to be a whole lot there. The other question is, can we actually deny a town center against this stuff? Up here. Shoot that, get this going. Just want to see what's over on this side. Unfortunately, I don't see a huge amount. There is like some chances that he's going to do something a little bit funky, like a Cyclops thing. So this town center is kind of garbo. Imagine the other town center's got like an elephant on it or something. It's normally what happens.
Já, timbursveit. Samþykkt. Timbursveit, timbursveit.
Já, ég vil veiðimaður.
Sjá, ég vil.
What was this relic here? Okay, that's actually kind of good for me. Am I mute? I'm not mute. No, definitely not. Stop trolling me. I would say you have to unmute. Someone tell him to unmute. Okay. I mean, if we're going to go for a town center, it's going to be this one. There, there's Elf here. Okay, let's come over to here. I will send this Hearser over to this relic if I can. Grabbing that earlier would be nice.
Skipan tilbúin, samsett timbursveit.
The question is Heimdall or not? I think we go Forseti here. Because, like, while Heimdall would be good... Actually, I don't know. Maybe Heimdall was a better idea.
Skip something.
Skip something satt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Já.
Hver þar? Veiðimaður.
Skip. Já. Ég samþykkt.
Hver? Já, ég samþykkt. Já.
Tilbúin. Já.
Já, ég vil. Skip samþykkt. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Já, satt.
Já. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Já. Samþykkt.
Já.
Yeah, there's not really much we can do
Hver það, samt veiðimaður.
there.
Skip. Já. Hver þar? Já, ég vil. Skip. Satt.
As much as I'd love to just walk over there and kill him, I'm not going to.
Já. Tilbúin.
I'm just gonna grab this.
Satt. Ég vil. Skipan. Samveiðimaður.
I could come over here and actually kill off one of those elephant afterwards. Unless he brings them both in.
Tilbúin.
Tilbúin.
Já. Já, satt. Samþykkt.
I'll try to do that.
Hver það? Já, ég samþykkt. Já.
Nah, he's brought them in too fast.
Samþykkt.
Okay, so I want to force sentinels as fast as we can.
Veiðimaður.
Put some pressure on.
Ég, já, satt. Ég vil. Hver tilbúin?
Skip. Ég vil. Já.
Skipan. Ég vil. Já, ég satt. Hver þar? Já, ég vil. Ég vil. Satt.
Skipan, veiðimaður. Hver það? Ég vil. Veiðimaður.
Tilbúin. Já, satt. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já, ég samþykkt. Satt. Já, samþykkt. Hver ég satt? Já, til orðið samþykkt. Já, samt tilbúin. Já, satt. Já, satt. Já, ég satt. Já, satt. Já, ég vil. Já, satt. Tilbúin. Skipan. Tilbúin. Já. Hver þar? Til skip. Ég satt. Já, ég vil. Satt. Já. Já, ég vil. Satt. Ég vil.
Já, ég
Hver þar? Já, ég vil. Skip. Samþykkt. Já. Hver ég já. Til já. Samþykkt. Ég satt. Já, ég satt. Já, ég já. Já. Ég já. Satt. Já, ég já. Ég já. Atrás.
tilbúin. Já, já, samþykkt.
Skipan. Já. Tilbúin. Skipan. Hver skipan? Hver já. Til hver það? Já, satt.
Hver þar?
Samþykkt. Veiðimaður.
Ég fyrir já. Til orustusla satt.
And this watchtower's up.
Ég vil. Ég satt. Skip fyrir þar. Já, satt. Ég vil. Já, atrás. Til já, til orus. Já, til já.
Já, ég
Já,
vil.
tilbúin. Samþykkt. Tilbúin.
Veiðimaður.
Tilbúin. Já. Fyrir það. Tilbúin. Já. Ég satt. Atrás. Hver samt já. Til orustuslag. Já, ég samþykkt. Satt. Já. Ég vil. Satt. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Já. Já. Fyrir ég vil. Satt. Ég vil. Já, satt. Ég vil. Já, satt. Ég já. Tilbúin. Atrás. Já. Samþykkt. Já, satt. Skipan. Til ég já. Atrás. Já. Til fyrir. Já, ég satt. Já.
Já, samþykkt. Ég samþykkt. Já, já. Tilbúin.
Satt.
Til
Timbursveit.
skipan. Já. Ég já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Já. Veiðimaður.
Já, samþykkt.
Skipan. Ég vil. Veiðimaður.
Hver þar?
Yeah.
Já,
Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Já, satt. Já, til orustuslag. Já, til orustuslag. Já, ég vil. Já. Satt. Fyrir það.
Skipan.
Ég satt. Já. Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Já, hver þar? Já, já, samþykkt. Ég skrósveit.
Já, ég vil. Satt. Hver þar? Ég vil. Já, tilbúin.
Já, ég já.
Skipan. Já.
Okay.
Hver samþykkt?
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Ég vil.
Já, ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já, já, ég vil. Hver það? Skipan. Til samþykkt. Hver það? Satt. Já, ég vil. Skip, já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Já. Til orðs. Já. Já, ég samþykkt. Atrás. Já, ég samþykkt. Ég já.
Já, já. Ég já.
skipan.
Til samþykkt, já. Ég satt. Samþykkt. Já, tilbúin. Já, skipan.
Já, ég samþykkt. Ég tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Hver það? Veiðimaður. Satt.
Hver það? Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Já. Timbursveit. Samt grjótsveit. Ég vil.
Já, satt.
Okay.
Skip, ég vil. Hver samþykkt? Já, já.
Skip. Ég samþykkt.
Til satt. Ég fjósa maður. Já,
Tilbúin. Satt. Samþykkt.
Satt. Ég vil.
Já, ég vil.
What's he building?
Til samþykkt. Ég satt. Já. Ég satt. Já, já. Tilbúin. Ég vil samþykkt. Já. Satt.
Skipan.
Já, já. Ég satt.
There's not really a whole lot I can do.
Tilbúin.
I mean,
Já. Ég, já. Skip satt. Satt. Já, ég vil. Satt. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Satt. Já, satt. Ég vil. Já, satt. Samt. Ég, já.
I want to take the fight, but
Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Samþykkt. Ég, já. Ég vil. Já, ég, já. Satt. Ég, já. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Já,
Fyrir. Já, satt.
já, tilbúin. Skipan. Tilbúin.
Ég, já.
Já, já, samþykkt.
Til satt.
Tilbúin. Skip. Ég sækið
Ég,
fram.
ég, satt. Samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Já, satt. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já.
Til orðstur
Fyrir það. Já, frá.
Samþykkt. Já, skip. Ég samþykkt. Að frá. Ég vil. Sækið. Ég vil. Já, já. Sækið fram. Tilbúin. Ég að frá. Samþykkt. Sækið fram. Já, ég vil. Já, að frá. Samþykkt. Sækið fram. Skip. Já, ég vil. Já, ég tilbúin. Já, samþykkt. Skip. Tilbúin. Skip. Samþykkt. Já, samþykkt. Já.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt.
Til skipan. Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já, ég, já. Skipan.
it's just
Tilbúin. Já.
is what it is, I guess.
Tilbúin. Já,
Can't
ég vil.
can't kill this fucking god.
Skip. Til, já. Satt. Ég, já.
Já, skipan. Ég, tilbúin. Ég vil. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég vil.
Like, what am I supposed to do?
Samþykkt. Já. Já. Til orðstöðslag. Já. 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 Sækja. Til tilbúin. Já. Ég, já. Já. Ég vil. Skip. Já. Samþykkt. Ég, já. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég, samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Ég, já. Skip. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég, já.
Skipan. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Kjósamaður.
Skip.
Já. Samþykkt. Satt.
Yes, soft.
Já, samþykkt. Timbursveit.
Já, sækið fram. Ég, já. Frá. Tilbúin. Já. Já, sækið fram.
Okay.
Hver er það?
Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Well, we
Já, já. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Skip.
got it a little bit back here. I need to mark it.
Já. Skip. Tilbúin. Skip. Já, já. Tilbúin. Sækið fram. Skip.
I need farms and less on food.
Hver er það? Til, já.
Whatever.
Já. Tilbúin. Skip. Já. Tilbúin. Ég til orðstöðslag. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já.
Hver er það? Já, samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Já.
Tilbúin. Já.
Já. Samþykkt. tilbúin. Fyrir satt.
Tilbúin. Tilbúin. Já, sækið
Fram.
ég vil. Já, já, samþykkt. Ég vil, já. Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Já, já. Fyrir ég vil. Til satt. Já, til satt. Til já. Já, fyrir það. Já, ég satt. Ég satt. Ég satt. Já. Ég satt. Já, já, satt. Ég vil.
Já, ég vil.
Tilbúin. Já, satt.
Já, skip tilbúin til orðsturslag. Skip samþykkt til orðsturslag. Já, ég vil. Samþykkt.
Já.
Já, já. Sækið. Sækið. Já. Tilbúin. Ég sækið fram. Samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Ráð. Já, já. Hver þar? Grjótsveinn.
Skipan? Ég sa.
Skip samþykkt. Já, tilbúin. Já, ég vil satt grjótsveinn. Já, ég skip. Já, já, ég samþykkt. Ég vil.
Yeah, it's just not working for me. Does he just have more upgrades? I guess so.
Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Skip. Já, tilbúin. Skip. Já. Skip samþykkt. Já. Skip. Já, samþykkt. Ég, já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, ég samþykkt. Já, já, ég vil. Skip samþykkt. Já, tilbúin. Ég, já.
I guess we need
Já,
this, but I think I'm just too far behind.
Skip. Já, já. Ég vil.
Like I can't just move around the map. It's just like not there's no maneuverability here.
Skip. Ég vil. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Já, samþykkt. Ráð. Já. Bæti. Já. Fram. Tilbúin. Ég, já. Já. Ég vil. Skip. Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég, já, ég samþykkt. Já, ég vil.
Skip hann.
Já, já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já. Já. Ég, já. Ég, já. Ég, já. Ég samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Já, ég vil. Já.
Well, I should have gone ahead and said when I saw the elephant, I should have gone, let's just charge and deny the town center. There's just nothing I can do here. Especially not versus Hades. Like, there's no opportunity to attack because, like, the Peltas you just get so many free upgrades on the Peltas with the ballistics. I can't even out micro them. It's too hard. Nah, I didn't have a chance to win. I'm so far behind. It's just too far behind. I should have ran away from the restoration, I guess, here. Once he clicked that rather than just sticking in it. I just kind of thought I'd be okay. I guess you just play... I guess the other option would have been to play 3 towns. Nice, quick, fast 3 town centers and then play for Ballaster or something. Is what it is. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a whole bunch of other things I could try. Well, that's not my most favorite. That's not my most favorite of maps at all. There's just too many fucking choke points. Elephants spawning on second town centers, even if it's the third town center, is just a big snooze fest for every single god. You have to like do some sort of like timing attack or something. It's just a big snooze fest. Okay. Isis Ra.
Anti-arc. Energy Hyo.
Initro Iatawi.
Any you ayo tayo.
Gereg. Kid.
In wet arc.
Grig. UI no.
Jire. Erifir. Hyo.
Entio. In wedge. Inage.
In
Red.
wet arc. Arc. Erifir. Arc.
In wedge. Entio. No.
Tayo.
Gereg. Kid. Bea.
Greek.
This might be a perfect funky strategy time.
Enito.
Inito.
Enito. Tayo. Enito. Tayo. UIR. And we.
In Eurifer. Bea.
Oh, I forgot to get a granary.
Inage. Reg.
In Greek. Ayo refer. Tayo. UIR.
In wed. Gereg. You in no. Entio. Kid.
Anti-Hyo.
Inage. Reg.
Greek. Ayo refer.
Gereg.
Inejire. Arc. Jirej. Arc.
In wedge. Entio. In wedge. Gereg. Ak. No.
Enito. Tayo. Greek. Ayo. Tayo.
Inage. Reg. No.
In which no.
Enito. Ayo refer. Tayo.
Yeah, it could very well be a nice funky map. Bowl of Artemis there as well. Like you do some sort of one town center
Grig. Iurbaya.
thing.
Init. Ak. Kids.
Gereg. Kid. Bea.
Greek. Ayo.
Those. Wander over this way.
Greek. UIR.
Oh.
In you in no. Entio. Kid. 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 Kid.
And we. Ayo refer. Tayo.
In we kids. Baya.
Enito.
Grig.
Greek. Ayo refer. Enito.
I wonder if that means I can just walk there and drop it on top of him there.
Gereg. Bea.
Wait, what?
Kid.
Did I not
Inage. Rayu.
have 5 on gold here? That's what I did.
Ayo refer.
Okay, let's see. I did want to pick that up, didn't I?
Enito. And which. Tayo. Greek. UIR. Tayo.
'Cause this might be like... This might be like 1 gold mine.
Enito.
Or like 2...
Ayo refer.
Whatever it is, 2 gold mines, you know what I mean?
Enito. Enito. Tayo. you enito.
In you head.
And which I you refer.
In which tayo baya?
In you refer.
Enito tayo you I you refer. Greek tayo.
Antio.
And I you refer. You I am.
In it gereg. In it ak. Kid.
In erifir. Tayo.
In kid. Bea. In wedge. Kid.
Any ayo tayo I you refer.
There could be one over here.
And which Greek you I air. Tayo. Enito I you refer. Tayo. And we you I air.
Ak. I am you.
Tayo. Any ayo you I
In
air.
ak.
Greek tayo.
And tayo.
And
Erifir.
I you refer.
Ak. Intio.
In ya at
Any you tayo.
You kid.
In a tayo.
Greek. Any I you refer. You I air.
Gereg. In a kid.
And we tayo. You any Greek. I any tayo. And which I you refer. You I air. Any tayo. I tayo. I tayo. And I you refer. I you refer. You I you tayo.
In wedge. Ak. Erifir. Tayo.
Ini UIA Ro iya tawit?
And enito.
Into you, in which in you refer.
And which I you refer. You tayo.
Into you,
In it. In you refer. You kid.
into you, into you.
In it. Kid. In kid.
Get into you, and you refer.
I think he's going village center.
In ayo you I air.
Jiraj. I am you. In a jiraj. Ak.
And which
So we're on the wrong side over here.
Greek.
In a gentio.
Gereg.
Well, that's okay.
Grey kids?
Into you. In it. You bea.
In
In
antio.
tayo you I you refer.
Jiraj. Erifir.
And which I air. Tayo.
In you refer. Ak.
Into you, in you,
In it.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Ak. In wedge. I am you.
Gereg.
Jiraj. Intio.
And you. Gereg. You. Ak. You.
Oh, fuck.
Ak. You. Ak. You.
Gereg, into you, and you refer.
Anti. Tayo.
In it. Bea.
Into you, Gereg, you, into you.
In wedge. You refer. In it. Erect. Kid. Gereg. I you. You. Er.
Into you, at you. And into you,
In Erifir. Ak.
Into you.
Into you. Nain dishret.
En wedge. At Gurrick. Ia at into you. EU refer.
In which.
Enito. Dayo.
En wedge. Into you. Into you. Into you refer.
Image erect.
Kids. Baya.
Into.
Thank you for the Prime Rookie. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
Gurrick.
In a jira. Hayo.
Gerek. Kid.
And talk.
Into you. And in you. In the UER.
In you refer. UER.
Gurrick. Into you. At you. Into you. Into you. Gurrick. Into Gurrick. Into you. Into you refer. En UER.
Hayo. I ask you.
Oh. Still worth it. Grab this TC. Nice fast rogue. I don't think there's anything I can do to punish it on one TC. Like 2 TC like classical fight or something would be pretty yuck for me to push. You can get these berries, this, put a wall here, barracks. GG. Yeah, I think using god powers to kill off villagers in that specific situation is probably not the best move. You want to use them to kind of secure the map because you need to get yourself your gold mine secured. If you don't secure your gold mine, you lose. So you need to be putting your power spikes into that. Oh, I wanted to play this map more. This one, I was enjoying watching this map, so I wanted to play on it. Let's play this. Okay, Aranos versus Gaia on the Unknown, and we have ourselves Fish. I knew it. Told you. I absolutely knew it. That game with Chrono JJ. I think it was with Zer Super Saiyan as well. I knew they were trolling. Absolutely knew. Yeah, it tells you. It's like, hey, you got Fish. Check it out.
most intem.
My question is, how much fish? I don't know. So when you're doing this, you have to sort of scout and like actually figure out how much fish you need. So I'm going to come over here and we're going to see, okay, so it's not that much. It's only 6, unless I'm missing it elsewhere, which I very well might be. I think I am missing it. I am. Okay, so we're going to go over there and put another dock down. Actually, I reckon I'll come over onto this. Because yeah, there's a ton of fish there. So a fast advance here makes no sense. Probably actually one more on wood, and then we're going to come over here. Because I will need the rest of this. Like working these build orders out on the fly is something that I quite enjoy. And the next villager pops over to get the dock up for me.
Herr Joe, most intem. Yuji diot.
Yuji.
Just gonna get this up. Keep going onto wood so I can spam more. I might actually go for a third dock here. Because I'm not building any fishing ships while I'm waiting for this dock.
Bureg, most intem.
So I get myself... I'm going to need another house as well, I think. Let's retreat this guy. I will cancel this, put my temple down. How much is a house?
Aked diot. Aked. Herr Joe's most intem.
Don't need any more on this. Get ourselves another house up now. Let's get all these fishing ships. As many of them as we possibly can. Doesn't look like he has actual... Oh, he has. Okay. I have 5 more. 4 more.
Yuji, most intem. Herr Joe's most intem.
Yuji. Skopo, Yuji. Bureg. Kosto. Hedge. Yuji. Mak.
You mark. Eschlos. You mark.
Herjos, Eked. Skopos,
I built one with one too many.
Herjos,
Okay, I did. Bugger.
UJ.
Aked.
Let's get this. Come on to this. Don't need this many on wood anymore. Unless we're going to go for some sort of shenanigans over here, like a... Actually, I think I want to.
Oso, Eked. Herjos,
Whoa, he walled that off.
Mos Intum,
No, he didn't.
Skopos, Eked.
Yes, he
Mos
did.
Intum,
Skopo. Bure. Aked. Herjo. Aked.
Bure Eschlost,
Oops.
Yuji. Yuji, Eked. Mos Intum, Skopo, Osto. Yuji, Eschlost. Eschlost,
Erjos.
Bure, Ma,
Uji. Mos intel. Skopo. Aked.
Yuji, Skop Burek, Eschlos. Skopos, Ma, e Poro Fras,
Herjos, Ma, Osto, Eked Diat.
Herjo.
Yuji,
Burek,
Skopos, Burek. Yuji, e Poro Fras,
Uji. Ma. Osto. Diot. Bure. Aked. Mos intem. Herjos. Aked.
Yuji, Diat. Skopos, Mos Int, Yuji, Volia. He, Mak. Yuji,
Yuji,
Burek. Eked, 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 Eked.
Yuji, Eschlos, Burek, Mak. Yuji, Eschlos, Yuji, Mak, Yuji. Skopos, Burek. Eschlo, Ma, Yuji, Ma, Mak.
UJ. Voliat.
Yuji, Ma, Yuji, Skopos, Ma, Yuji, Mak.
Skopos. Eschlos.
Burek,
Erjos.
Yuji, Mak.
UJ. Erjo. Mark.
Yuji,
Skopos.
Burek, Yuji,
Schmak.
Yuji, Ma, Yuji, Eschlos.
Yuesh, Osto. Telos Marke.
Yuji, Skopos, Yuji, Ma, Eschlos, Yuji, Ma, Eschlos. Yuji, Yuji, Ma, Skopos, Yuji. Eschlos, Dilis Moke.
Herjo, Eschloso, Volia.
Skopos,
Skopos. Uj diot.
Skopos. Eked,
Burek. Ma, Yuji, Ma.
Uji. Herjo. Aked.
Yuji, Burek, Yuji, Ma, Yuji. Skopos, Ma, Yuji, Ma, Yuji, Ma, Yuji.
I think town center is probably correct.
Yuji, Skopos, Ma,
Ugh.
Yuji, Yuji, Ma, Yuji, Ma.
Bureg. Osto. Aked.
Yuji, 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 Ma, Yuji. Skopos. Yuji, Yuji, Ma, Yuji.
Yuji, Diat.
Yuji, Eschlos. Ma,
Erjos.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I hard win this.
UJ.
Yuji, Ma, Skopos, Ma,
I just leave from the Carnivora.
Ma, Yuji, Eschlos.
Skopo. Ma. Aked.
Ma, Yuji. Ma, Eschlos. Yuji, Burek. Skopos, Ma,
UJ.
Ma.
Mark.
Yuji. Skopos.
UJ.
Burek. Skopos.
UJ. Eschlost. Mark. UJ. Mark. Esch. Mark. UJ. Skopos. Esch. Mark. Eschlost.
Uji. Eshlo. Mos intem.
Herjo, Mos Intum, Mos Intum.
Herjos. Osto.
Yuji, Ma. Dilis Moke. Poro Fras. Yuji.
Burek.
Burek. Yuji, Skop, Ma, Ma, Yuji, Ma, Eschlos, Ma,
UJ.
Ma.
Mark.
Yuji, Yuji, Ma, Burek, Yuji.
Eschlost.
Yuji, Yuji. Eked.
Yuji, Ma.
Herjos, Mak. Mos Intum.
Yuji, Eschlos, Ma, Eschlos. Ma, Yuji, Ma, Eschlos.
Bureg.
Skopos eked. Burek eked dia.
Skopos use mark.
This is gonna be a big fat boomerino, isn't it?
Use mark. Schloss. Use mark. Schloss.
Skopos Schwest.
Yuji eked. Herjos esh eked. Most
Use schloss. Mark. Use schloss.
We got some food over here to eat. Some food over here to eat. I just need all the guys I possibly can to get involved. Let's just run forward and see if we can't.
most intim. Burek mak.
Burek. Yuji mark. Schloss. Mark. Yuji mark. Schloss. Yuji mark.
Erjos.
Skopos. Use mark. Use mark. Burek. Use schloss.
Ugh, why?
Mat diat.
Skopos.
Her huge diat.
Skopos. Mark. Use schloss. Mark. Use mark. Use schloss. Mark. Use Burek.
Does he have this town center? It's only now just put it up. You might have the back one. Oh, actually, there's probably an angle here to go like this.
Yuji most intim. Eked.
Burek eked diat.
Skopos. Yuji mark. Yuji Burek. Schloss. Yuji
Herjos. Burek esh also. Yuji most intim. Hermak eked. Dia.
Yuji schloss. Burek.
I'm just gonna heroize everyone.
Skopos.
There's just not much to do here, I think, unfortunately.
Yuji mak.
Skopos. Schloss. Yuji mark. Schloss. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Mark. Use mark. Schloss. Mark. Schloss. Skopos. Yuji.
Skopos eked diat. Burek eked diat.
Burek eked diat.
Mark. Yuji.
Yuji.
Use mark. Use schloss. Yuji. Burek mark. Skopos.
Yuji schloss. Yuji.
Yuji. Mark. Yuji. Schloss. Mark. Yuji. Mark. Use schloss. Gilles Moquet.
Herjo eked.
Skopos. Mark. Schloss.
Erjos. Eschlos. Mak.
This is so dumb. This is such a stupid game.
Skopos.
Did I win the fight? Okay. Happy days.
Yuji Skopos eked.
Yuji eked dia.
Burek. You mark.
Herjos diat.
Yuji Osto. Herjo mak.
Skopos.
Ma Yuji. Eshma Yuji. Yuji. Burek.
Bur. Eket.
UJ.
Skopos. Eshma Eshlost.
Oh, I forgot to get this upgrade.
Burek.
Oh, that's no good.
Yuji. Yuji.
Her Yuji. Osto. Mos intem.
Yuji. Burek.
Yuji. Schwest.
Eshmak.
Skopos. Esmak. Yuji. Os Eschlost.
Eshmak.
Yuji. Os Eschlost.
Eshlost. Yuji. Gilis Moke.
Herjos.
Eschlost. Eket.
Yuji. Ma Yuji. Eshma Eshlost. Burek. Skop Yuji. Eshma Eshlost. Yuji. Yuji. Ma Eshlost.
Erjos. Eschlost.
Burek. Yuji.
Skopos. Bureg. Yuji. Herjos. Yuji.
Okay.
Skopos. Bureg.
UJ.
Now we play another little waiting game.
Erjkopo. UJ. UJ. Eschmak. Eschlost.
Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Shlos. Shlos. Yuji.
Jos. Bur. Eket.
Bur. Ma. Eshma. Yuji. Eshma. Yuji. Yuji. Mak.
Skopos. Eked.
Yuji. Shlos.
Skopos. Eket.
Yuji. Eshmak.
Bureg. Eked. Eked. Eked.
Yuji. Eket. Mos intem.
Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Shlos. Yuji. Mak. Skopos. Yuji. Mak.
Erjkopos.
Her Jos. Yuji. Bureg.
Skopos. Eshlost.
Skopos.
Shlos.
UJ.
Eket.
UJ. Erjkopos.
Yuji. Mak.
Erjos. Ma. Eschlost. Ma. UJ. Ma. UJ.
Gilis Moke. Gilis Moke. Gilis Moke.
Bureg. Eschlost. Yuji.
Burek. Mak. Gilis Moke. Mak. Burek. Porofrat. Mak. Gilis Porofrat.
Mos intem.
Yuji. Bureg.
Not the best time for all these idols.
Skopos. Mos didiat. Herjos. Ma. Esh didiat.
Burek. Mak. Yuji. Eshma. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Shlos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Shlos. Mak. Yuji. Yuji.
Eschlost.
Skopos. Mak. Gilis Moke. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Mak. Eshlo. Yuji. Mak.
Bureg. Eked.
Burek. Gilis Moke. Skopos. Eshlo. Skopos. Mak. Burek. Eshlo. Mak. Skopos. Eshmak. Yuji. Porofrat. Skopos. Burek. Mak. Shlo. Mak. Yuji. Skopos. Shlo. Burek. Mak. Shlo. Yuji. Mak.
Os. Oso diat. Diat.
Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Eşmak. Eşlos.
Herr Jos, Yuji, most intim, es lost.
Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Eşlos. Yuji. Burek. Ma. Yuji.
Skopos.
Burek. Eked, most
Yuji. Eşmak. Eşlos. Ma. Eşlos. Skopos. Yuji.
Mark.
Burek. Eşmak. Skop. Yuji. Skop. Yuji. Yuji. Eşmak. Yuji. Eşlos. Skopos. Burek. Mak.
Herr Jos, Mark, Osto.
Yuji. Eşmak. Eşlos. Yuji. Eşmak. Yuji. Eşlos. Yumak. Eşlos. Yuji. Yumak. Yumak. Eşmak. Yuji. Mak. Eşlos. Yumak. Eşlos. Skopos. Mak. Eşlos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eşlos. Mak. Eşlos. Yuji. Mak. Mak. Yuji.
Eked.
Herr Jos, Yuji.
Herr Jos, Burek, Yuji, Diat. Yuji, Eked, Diat. Skopos. Eked.
I don't think I'm creative enough here. I don't know, maybe I'm bleeding him out.
Eked.
Also again.
Skopos.
Skopos. Mak.
Also, again.
Uji. Vest. Okay.
Thank you for the Twitch Prime, Adam Plays. Appreciate you, my friends.
Herr Joe. Most intim. Okay.
Retreat. Okay, we are getting somewhere.
Use most intimate.
Okay. Herr Joe. Okay.
Herr Joes.
Skopos. Bure. Eschlost. Most intim. Skopos.
Burek. Vajen.
Uji. Mak. Most
Herr
intim.
Joes. Most intimate.
Wait, I can just do this.
Okay.
What am I thinking? I can just do that. Where do I have a villager here?
Uji. Okay.
It's been way too long to think of this. I need some villagers on the front though.
Uji. Osto. Herr Most Dios.
Herr Joes. Most intimate.
Skopos. Bure.
Skopos. Uji. Uji. Eked. 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 Uji. Also, Eshlo.
Herr
Burek.
Joes.
Music best. Herr Joes.
Bure. Uji.
Most intim.
Herr Joes. Skopos. Volley. 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 Okay.
Eshma, Eshlos, you Eshlo, Mark. Eshlos. Opos, Yujima, Eshma, Eshma, Eshuji. Yuji, Eshlos, Mark. Yuji.
Bure. Most Mark.
Skopos. Mak. Eken.
Oh my fucking god, you are so cancer. That is so cancer. Ah!
Most intim.
Herr Most Intim.
Also,
Burek. You Mark.
Burek.
Uji.
Yuji. Herr Eshlo. Burek.
Bure. Skopos. Osto. Okay.
Herr Joes. Also, most Yuji.
Herr Joes. Eshlo. Most Intim.
Yuma.
Uji. Bomash. There's Mark. Bure. There's Most Intim.
Nah, just drop fucking bullshit in here. Put it here, I guess.
Herr Joes.
Herr Joe. Uji.
Burek. Yuji.
Mark. Mark, Yuji. Mark. Yuji.
Buma. Ost. Eshlo. Ma. Osto. Most Intim.
Opos, Burek. Eshlos. Yuji, Mark. Burek. Yuji. Eshlos.
Also, Burek. Herr Joes. Eken.
Yuji. Eshlos.
Yuji.
Mark. Yuji. Eshlos. Still Smokey. Burek. Yuji. Stop Yuji. Mark. Yuji. Eshlos. Mark. Stopos.
Herr Joe.
Topos e Porofra. Yuji. Yuji.
Skopos. Burek. Herr Joes. Eke.
Yuji. Skopos.
Yuji. Eshlo. Ma. Most intim. Skopo.
Ma. Yurishlost.
I've almost just given up on this, to be honest. Like, I'm about to have a Titan. What do I do with it? I don't even think I can send it through this. Like, I'm trying to chop it down so I can get onto his trade route, but...
Skopos. Eshlo. Yuji.
Eke. Also, ma. Burek.
Yuji. Ma. Gilis moke. E poro fra.
Eke. Yuji.
Skopos.
Yuji.
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 Skopos.
Eshlo. Eke.
Mamuji. Eshlo.
Ketro.
Ma. Eshlo. Yuji. Ma. Eshlo. Yuji.
Also, Eke. Eke. Burek.
Kertur. Eke.
Ketro.
Yuji. Eke. Eke. Eke.
Do 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 do.
Here, Joe's. Eke. Yuji. Most intem. Boo. Osmosis.
Paying attention to my guy.
Eke. Here, Joe. Eke. Herr Jones.
Most intim. Also, most intim. Burek. Eke.
Eket.
Eke.
Skopos.
Eke. Eke. Most intim. Burek. Burek. Eke. Eke. Burek. Skopos. Eke. Burek.
Burek.
Totally forgot about those. I will break through this fucking forest wall.
Burek. Dilis Mokay.
Herr Jones, Yuji. Most intim.
Herr Jones.
Burek. Schlo. Topos.
Yuji. Eket.
Burek.
E poro. G. Burek. Dilis Mokay. Burek. Yuji. Schlo.
Skopos. Burek. Mak. Most intim. Eke. Eke.
Ma.
Eket. Skopos.
We got in here.
Most intim. Herr Jones. Eket. Eket.
Also.
Topos. G.
Skopos. Eke.
Yuji. Eşluji. Eşlos. Skopos. Ma.
Let's go. We did it. We won. I was about to slap a wonder down. I'm not even kidding. I was about to slap the wonder down. I don't know how to play this god. You know how to use trees. That's half the battle. Whoa. Wow. Titan macro push, yeah, the kept the Titan alive forever. My Titan has steroids, supplements. Well, I think Hecate is inarguably the most powerful late game god for Atlantean. Because I think this unit is just insane value because of the chicken. Funnily enough, the chicken is everything. The chicken is everything. Because it kills off the destroyers, right? That way I don't have to worry about him. I can go Pierce and it's fine. Praise the mighty chicken. What a stupid game this was. But, I mean... Oh, the bloody fucking Gaia Forests here. Oh, my God. I think it's the only unit that insta-kills in Retold. Yeah, the only one. I mean, unless you count the Osiris as the other one. Like, that's not a unit, but that you can use. Oh, well, GG. Perseus does not one hit, no. So these guys... So the chicken literally transforms something into a chicken. It doesn't actually even kill them. It just transforms them into a chicken. But the Medusa does 400 divine, which is less than an elephant. The Perseus doesn't actually... Perseus does 300 divine, but also has... It doesn't actually have bonuses. I thought it had bonuses. How does the Perseus do less damage than the Medusa? Someone explain that to me. Should at least do the same. That's literally the same thing. It's literally the head of Medusa. Oh, Logi might have done an oopsie. Okay. What else is there? Frost Giant almost one hits units, but not really. Oh. But yeah, Lampede is cracked. I mean, the other option I could have gone for was going for Mirror Towers in the center. I don't think those are very good, though. I think they have been buffed. I think they're better than Watchtowers, but still. Benny, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. What about the Chinese mythical unit that eats units? Oh, good call. Good call. Fuel explosion. No, fuel consumption. Targets caravans, humans, soldiers. Yeah, okay, you're absolutely right. The Tau TA also one-hits units. Okay, so it's Tau TA and Lampede. But the Lampede is ranged. This guy dies. So he's kind of... eh. Oh, man. Well... I am pooped. After watching all those awesome all those awesome The Unknown games, I load into that one. Come on, guys. Can I back that up with another game? I think I gotta watch a game. I gotta watch a game. Who's playing? Oh man. Maybe we should play a game. You want the one-shot mummies back? Yeah, I think the mummies should one-shot human units and not do the spit. That would be another option. There's a crazy game. Cool. I'll pop it up. I'll make it a tuber. We can make it a tuber. Jurgoat starts in 20 minutes with his Athenian League. Okay. All right. Well, we'll watch that. We'll watch that. I'll grab some food. I'll put on a thing. I'll change the title to Athenian League is Jurgoat versus who? Who's Jurgoat versing? Is he an Ares, Hermes, or Apollo, or Aphrodite? What is he in? I did eat today. Yeah, I already ate. Jobot versus Pagliacci. Pagliacci. Is this guy Italian? Surely he's got to be. I've not seen a more Italian name in my entire life. Pagliacci. He's not Italian, is he? No, he's Portugal. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't hate me. Do we have Jurgoat already in this? He literally is. We have Jurgoat. We need Pagliacci. Okay. What's the country code for Portugal? PT, PR. I need Uros. Uros, help me. Help me, my friend. It's PT. Is it PT? Hopefully. Sorry, I don't need you guys. I already got it. I already figured it out by myself. Look at that beautifulness. All right. I'm going to... I don't know what I'm going to do. We got 20 minutes. So... Let's pop this one on. I'm going to quickly grab a quick snack. And I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. Shall we watch this game together? And then we'll do the Athenian League. What do I think about Norse Rams? Seems OP. I'm yet to have that feeling. What I think Norse Rams do really well right now is if the Norse player gets an advantage, it allows them to push. If they don't have the advantage, they can't push. So, yeah, I think eating bread. No, I got a Sam's protein bar. Ham on toast. Ever thought about getting a pet? I can't look after myself, let alone another animal. Come on. Imagine a little Pitsukos beside this sauce with Aussie stew. I could imagine that. That'd be nice. Yeah, right now Siege is in a really good spot, I feel. There is a world where it's a touch too strong. Because everything was getting, all the HP and everything was getting sent to the moon. So there's probably a world where all the siege weapons just need to lose just a little bit of HP. But I like the way the game plays. I like how the game plays out with Siege right now. You saw in that last game how nice it was. Like, I had all those palaces up and he was able to build some siege and break them. I really liked that. I thought that was a good interaction. Even though it was like going against me, I'm like, great, he's building the stuff, he's breaking my shit, and he's able to push me back. It's not some like weird stalemate where you just sit there sieging for 10 years for the buildings to die. The buildings do actually die. So I like that, but you know, each their own. I don't really care. Whatever way they want to make the game at this point, I'm full support. So long as it's not increase the buildings damage again. I think the building, you saw how good buildings were in that last game, right? Like you get that fortifications upgrade, advanced fortifications upgrade, and those palaces absolutely stonk. It was a really, really nice way to go about it. In fact, I think that game that we just played with Super Saiyan is a testament to how good Age of Mythology late game is. Like, even on a map that is, by all metrics, terrible for a late game, there was a lot of back and forth. There was no stalemate at all. It did not feel stalematy in the slightest. Felt like we were gaining ground on each other constantly. So So I think it's in a good spot. I might even make the I might even make the title of the video Age of Mythology has the best late game out of all of the Age of Empires series, and it's not even close. Smack, smack, smack. The Gerbot game is postponed. Okay, well, I guess we are not doing that then. Oh, well, if that's the case, we either go back to 1v1 time or I consider ending stream because I am tired. This guy's playing a really good opening from Zeus. He put a lot of really good stuff on. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm playing a team game for quite some time. I need to organize my thoughts on what's going on with team games and why. I don't know if they're just not fun or if they're just not fun for me. But I really struggle to have fun in a team game. Even the team games when we win, like I'm just like, this isn't it. I don't know what it is. 6v6 are the sweet spots? Probably. Custom scenario? We could do some sort of custom thing. I haven't been looking at the custom games. I used to check them out all the time, but I don't know what's been being made.
Yo.
Like, have I tried Tug of War? I don't think I have.
Tilbúin.
Japan in 3 weeks? Yeah, that's going to be fun. I think I'm going to become a Japan main with Japan's release. Oh, guys, tomorrow we're going to have Tunison and Rappel playing at 1600 GMT. I forgot to mention that throughout the entirety of today, but be there or be squared. Also, humongous announcement tomorrow. Gigantic. Never before seen. What does Trump say? It's like, there's never been a more gigantic announcement.
Yo, skipan.
Yes, there's a show match. I haven't sent the rules through. I got to do this. A tremendous... There's never been a more tremendous announcement. Mate, it's magnificent. It's going to be magnificent. I've never seen Herso raids with Odin before. It's an interesting take, Farron. I like the idea. I'm going to announce like nobody ever before. Nah, okay. All right. I think I'm done. I'm going to organize tomorrow's show match and all the other good stuff that happens. Hope you guys have a fantastic rest of the week. Day. I'll be back tomorrow. Have a fantastic rest of the day. I'm going to hop off for now. Let me see if someone else is streaming and I can swing them over to... Oh, sure. Ajax joins Gargarantis. I will send you guys over to Saw AOM, who is streaming a little something something. Have a fantastic rest of the day, and yeah, I'll see you all later. Bye-bye. 3, 2, 1.